Part 4. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The news of the Southwest earthquake quickly spread across the country. It was a major earthquake. As usual, one party was in trouble and all parties supported it. The state machinery was running at high speed, various cities began to donate money, and volunteers also embarked on the road to the southwest. All major news pages were also flooded with news about the earthquake. But what is different from usual is that when major earthquakes occur in the past, the news will always report photos of the earthquake area, or what efforts all parties are making for rescue. Everyone knows what the photos of the earthquake zone look like. Broken, chaotic, crying people, as well as tired soldiers rescuing people, and medical staff working hard. And now, whether it is photos or videos uploaded to the internet, the scenes are very extremely. It's hard to describe. It was indeed a ruins, and it certainly looked tragic and pitiful, but the rescue scene was very out of place, with balls standing one after another. Although after a week of magical publicity, everyone knows that this is not a ball but a legendary protective shield that can block damage. But when the protective cover is opened, it is just a ball. The fastest and most popular thing to circulate on the internet is a video. At the beginning of the video, the reporter explained to the video where most of the earthquake-proof areas are so far, what level they were judged to be, and what time it was now. The situation is relatively clear now, because most people in the earthquake area have protective shields. When the earthquake strikes, the protective shields automatically open. Behind us now are the rescuers who are digging the protective shields. After he finished speaking, the camera focused on the dugout balls behind him. In the video, after the rescuers cleared away the thread above the balls, the people who were still awake in the balls opened the protective cover and came out, and were then arranged to rest somewhere else. It can be clearly seen from the video that although the balls were covered with dust, the covering turned into a big gray ball, but the people protected by it were clean and unscathed. We can see that the rescued people are in good mental condition, and some of them greet us with a smile. After all, he was not trapped for long, because there would be instruments to detect whether there was life underground. Once it was confirmed, there would be soldiers holding something similar to a glove and pointing it at the various stone ruins above. In just a moment, those stone ruins were blasted into ashes. The strange thing is that even though it looks very powerful, it doesn't damage the protective shield underneath at all. The soldiers did not stop the photographer from recording, so this part was naturally recorded clearly. The reporter found a rescue worker who was stopping to rest and drink water and asked what the machine was that could quickly blast rocks into ash. That is Suimi. It is said to be the latest development. It can blast the hardest rocks into dust in an instant. It is very suitable for rescue in earthquake areas. There is no mass output yet, but this rescue is enough. The rescuer finished speaking quickly and then rejoined the rescue effort. Next, the reporter went around to take pictures, but when he saw the video, the characters and thoughts here were already agitated. Nowadays, wherever issues are discussed, almost no one is discussing this matter. Naturally, this also included Ji Chang's school forum, which was about to explode. Have I traveled through time? Why does it feel like I've been living in school for more than a month, and everything has changed since I left? Are we jumping directly to the interstellar world from all over the world? Upstairs, you are not alone, but it is not the whole world, it is only our country. I am studying in country A. The news in country A is now all about the protective shield and the end of the year today. Some people ask me if it is my country. Not only does he have kung fu, but he also cultivates immortality. Really, let alone cultivating immortals, I don't think it's strange even if a magic continent pops up now. I even feel like I'm still dreaming before I wake up. When there was a protective shield before, I felt confused, and now I feel confused again after the end of the year. I feel that our technology has suddenly jumped from the caveman to the interstellar era. The person above is exaggerating. How come our technology is only that of cavemen? The protective shield is almost the same as Suimi's interstellar one, but what the hell is going on? Shouldn't this thing come out only when we are in our 70s and 80s? It's too early. Our country's cattle batch. I am also an international student. After I went abroad, I discovered that many foreigners have many misunderstandings about our country. This time I felt particularly embarrassed. Now my classmates are asking me what's going on. After all, in their impressions, our country is still a backward country. Today I tell them in a special way that our country has always been like this, attaching great importance to science and technology. Paying attention to the people. At that moment, I felt so proud that I almost cried with pride. Chinese cattle batch add 1. Chinese cattle batch add 2. My country's cattle batch add 10,086. Don't digress upstairs. Aren't we discussing the issue of death and protective shields? When did the country start research? There was no news at all before. Is this planning to surprise us? How come the country is telling us with gongs and drums what it wants to study? I think it must have been studied for a long time, but the effect of this year's death seems familiar to me, as if I have seen it somewhere before. Familiarity add 1. I remember that I seem to have seen a robot with the function of protecting its owner before, which has the same effect as Suimi. I laughed so hard that I burst into tears. 301 robot. I am the president of the 301 Support Association. The person who invented 301 was from our school. Later, it seemed that he was recruited by the Ministry of National Education as an exception. Those 4 senior students have not shown up for a long time. I have been standing guard for such a long time. My 301 developers have never even touched their hands. By the way, if you are interested in our 301, you are welcome to join. The group number is I turned to that video, and it's really the same. The 301 robot went out first, and then appeared after the end of the year. The boys who made 301 were recruited into the Ministry of National Defense and didn't show up for so long. Suddenly, a thought popped up in my heart. Bold ideas. It's scary to think about it carefully. It couldn't really have been developed by students from our school, right? So awesome. I remember that one of the 301 developers was still in our forum. Some people were chasing him and scolding him. It was like punching in every day, but this person seemed to have disappeared yesterday. Just when some students in the school forum followed the clues and picked up some of Ji Chang's secrets, the Chinese people outside who didn't know the inside story were still discussing it in full swing. In the past, if something happened, there would always be quarrels on the internet. But now, no one is making any noise. Because the casualty information has been sorted out very quickly. In such a large earthquake, the total number of deaths did not exceed 50. As soon as this data was revealed, the whole country was shocked. Even if everyone has seen the video before and seen those people protected by protective shields, seeing a video is still different from seeing the final result. Today is an information society, and basically everyone knows what this major earthquake will bring. There has never been a similar major earthquake in the past that did not result in heavy casualties. But this time, although there were still casualties, it can definitely be said that the danger was greatly reduced. And according to the results of the current reports, regardless of the number of missing people, those who have been confirmed dead either did not buy protective masks, or they bought protective masks, but happened to not wear them when the earthquake struck. This is also bad luck. It was the state that promoted the protective shield. With Ji Chang's consent, the price was set at an extremely low price. Coupled with the brainwashing version of the bombardment, it was a serious newsroom. The elderly who are most reluctant to buy things are also willing to buy things. After all, this is promoted by the state, and the elderly can be reluctant to eat and wear, but they cannot be reluctant to health. Even if they don't buy it for themselves, they still want to buy it for their children. It's even simpler for children. Who doesn't want their family to be healthy and not be killed by unexpected disasters? There are so many car accidents nowadays, so of course we need to take precautions. In particular, most young people of this generation use mobile phones. After seeing with their own eyes some videos of buyers' experimental results, they no longer have any doubts. The old people above, the children below, and the friends around them all want to buy them, and they will also tell them in every possible way to wear them. The combination of various factors resulted in this unexpected earthquake that caught everyone off guard and did not cause too many casualties. The house can be rebuilt, and the money can be earned again, but there is only one life. After the list came out, it is no exaggeration to say that the whole country fell into a mood of excitement, and pride. This sentiment became even more intense after the news that foreigners wanted to buy protective masks but were rejected because they were not from the country. Although the country has vigorously promoted it, it limits the purchase of 3 sets per person, and the purchase must be made with the identity card of the country's people. The identity card will be entered when purchasing. For example, the 2 sets Chi's father bought for Chi Yisha previously had his daughter's identity information entered. No one can use those 2 sets except her. The protective cover can only be used once. After all, it is easy to inflate it to protect people, but it is difficult to take it back after the protection is completed. After each use, the database will show that it has been destroyed. At this time, only those who purchase the protective cover can come. Buy again. And you can't buy more, you can only buy one if you destroy 1 set. For children, if they have grown and can no longer wear the previous protective shield, they can trade it in for a new one without any charge. You can't be more considerate. The fact that the country has achieved this makes many of its own people proud and heartwarming. Such high technology as protective shields has never appeared before. As long as the country wants to sell a set for millions, there will be no shortage of people to buy it. After all, these are not clothes, but life. But the country just lowered the price and sold them in large quantities, so that everyone in the country could use protective masks as quickly as possible. In the past week, there were all kinds of bombardments in the news, and some people were still saying what was wrong with our country, which was so eager to make money. Now that there is a big earthquake, no one beeps anymore. Is that because you want to make money? That was obviously to prevent everyone from possible danger as soon as possible. After all, there are so many people across the country, and people die every day due to accidents, but if you buy a protective shield, it will save your life. Some people in this country are actually still affected by history. Some people think that the moon abroad is round. But now, the country has used its strength to slam this sentence into the ground. The moon abroad is round. Are there protective shields abroad? Is there any end of the year? Can foreigners be safe if they get into a car accident? They can't. Our country can. Not only can it be used, but our country also sells it cheaply just to ensure the safety of our people. And foreign countries are indeed in trouble. They admit that China is much more powerful than before, but it is still just a developing country. And now, how come such powerful high technology suddenly appeared in China? A few decades ago, wasn't China still a poor and backward country? It's only been a while, and the rockets haven't been this fast. After being shocked and surprised, doubting the truth and falsehood, and frantically collecting evidence, the thoughts of these foreigners finally came to one place. We want shields too. We also want to be safe. Some people even flew to China overnight to try to buy protective shields. For a time, the supply of flights to China exceeded demand. It's a pity that China currently does not sell protective shields to the outside world. Of course, it is not impossible to supply quantity. In the past 7 days, they worked overtime to put protective masks on shelves in large quantities, just to get everyone across the country to wear protective masks as early as possible, so that their safety would be guaranteed as soon as possible. Now, of course, I have to focus on my family first. Wanted abroad? Can. Give money. What? The price we sell to you is more than 100 times the price we sell to the Chinese. Then isn't this the welfare of our own country? Do you know how expensive our protective shields are? Do you know how hard it is to make? Do you know how hard our country works? Foreigner. Forget it, Ren, who doesn't have this technology at home. But it doesn't matter. When they buy the protective shield and study it carefully, they will definitely be able to. Well, I can't figure it out through research. No matter how many top bosses they send out, they can't figure out how this protective shield works. In the end, they could only give up in frustration. But deep down in my heart, I still have doubts. Who is the developer of the protective shield? It would be great if we could know who it is. It would be great if such talents could hook up with their own country. But why haven't I heard of such a powerful figure in Hua before? Could it be that he has been hidden? Pooh! How insidious! Aren't you going to hide me anymore? Ji Chang's put down the book he had read and glanced at Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing was now used to the way this baby spoke, and he chuckled, "That's not hiding, that's protecting." "Well, then you are not going to continue to protect me." Jiang Xing. He admitted his defeat. It's hidden, it's hidden. Nagasawa, someone posted the video of the robot called 301 that you made before on the internet. This time in the Southwest disaster relief, Suimi was also exposed to people. Their effect just like that. Some people have already guessed that you are related to Suimi. Now that we have guessed it, we can't hide it no matter how hard we hide it. Moreover, we have a protective shield. As for you personally, you really want to go back to school. After a meeting, the superiors decided to allow you to return to school. Don't look at what he said so lightly. In fact, at least 5 meetings were held to agree to Ji Chang's decision to return to school. I finally agreed because Ji Chang's situation was quite special. He is a hero. He has just rescued most of the people in the disaster area. Now he just wants to go back to school. If they don't even agree to this, it will really chill people's hearts. Although Jiang Xing felt that Ji Chang's never thought that he needed Han Xin. Of course, you still have to have people around you. The school has specially approved a laboratory building for you. You can hire someone to be your assistant. 3 meals a day will be prepared by someone dedicated to you. And after Jiang Xingbalabala finished explaining all the details about how to take good care of a giant baby, he breathed a long sigh of relief and asked Ji Chang softly. "Nagaze, do you understand?" Ji Chang's, "No. As long as you understand." Jiang Xing paused and then naturally changed to another sentence, "It doesn't matter if you don't have it. If you don't understand anything in the future, just ask me and I will answer it for you." Ji Chang's nodded and was about to say something more when his cell phone dinged. Jiang Xing was still standing as before, but he wanted to stretch his neck to see what the content was that made Ji Chang's, who had always been quiet about his emotions and anger, slightly raise the corners of his lips. Even his eyebrows seemed to be smiling. Seeing the young man replying quickly, he put down his phone and asked in a low voice, "Girlfriend?" "Right." Ji Chang's nodded, and when he raised his eyes were still slightly bright. "My father-in-law and mother-in-law want to meet me," he said. Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing, wait a minute, isn't this your girlfriend? Didn't it mean that the two of them are still in love, and they are still in the same university? Isn't it? The person in front of him looked at him doubtfully. "Yes." Jiang Xing, you haven't gotten married yet, but you call me father-in-law and mother-in-law. Ji Chang's, it will happen sooner or later. Jiang Xing. Are you so sure? Sure enough, the boss is the boss, and he can be confident in this aspect. While he was thinking about it, he kept in mind the fact that Baby Dan wants to marry his girlfriend. As a responsible nanny, he also suggested, when you meet your elders, you need gifts. Do you know what gifts you should bring? Ji Chang's answered quickly, I don't know. Jiang Xin was not surprised at all. It would be strange if Ji Chang's knew about him. He nodded, then I will help you arrange gifts, and then I will pick out clothes for you that the elders will like. Where will you meet in the evening? Why not meet at a hotel, which is convenient and private? I will help you book the hotel. By the way, since I'm meeting my parents, is Aunt Jean going too? I'll take Auntie to put on makeup and change clothes, get some jewelry, and I need to prepare for the hotel's security issues quickly. Afraid of forgetting, Jiang Xing simply took out his notebook and wrote it down as he spoke. Ji Chang's was obviously meeting his parents, but he didn't have to worry about it at all. He continued to read with his head down. On the other side, Chi Yishu happily called his parents after receiving his news. Mom and Dad, how was your play? Nagasawa asked you to meet today. Dad Chi hummed, we have been here for the past few days, and you always say that he has no time. How busy is this guy? He is so busy that he can't even spare any time when his girlfriend's parents are here. Chi Yishu quickly prolonged his tone and coquettishly said to his parents, didn't I explain to you that during the earthquake in southwest China, Nagasawa was working on a machine that can detect life underneath, so I told him that you should go around the capital first and then meet again. It's important to save people. Dad Chi, tisk. Then why did you tell him again? Don't tell me that he has developed that machine in such a short period of time. No, Dad, Nagasawa is amazing. He figured it out in such a short time. How can he be so smart? Chi Yishu covered her face with her sleeves happily and excitedly as she spoke. If this was in the dormitory, she could go to the bed and roll around. Her mother is Zeze. Eh? Dad Chi, do you believe it? I believe it. This is Nagasawa. Dad, didn't I tell you? Nagasawa is very powerful. He developed the Suimi and the protective shield. He saved many people during the southwest earthquake. Dad Chi, this girl has no hope. In such a short time, he made a machine that sounded powerful. It was reported both at home and abroad, saying that it was a cross-century research on the age and protective shield. Was it made by a student in his early 20s? I don't even brag like this. Isn't it just because the country hasn't announced the name of the developer? How shameless. Okay, I'll have a good meeting with this genius tonight and hang up. He hung up the phone, clapped his hands and feet, and said to Chi's mother who was sitting by the bed, tell me, is your daughter a fool? Your daughter is the fool. Chi's mother became angry when she heard this, and she suddenly put her feet away from the footbath. Don't wash it anymore, don't you bother me. Day by day, you know how to call Yishu stupid. I think she is just called stupid by you. If you don't wash me, I will. Dad Chi washed his hands, sat down on the edge of the bed, and said while soaking his feet. Then why would I say that if she is not stupid? You said what she said before, she has a boyfriend, he is in his early 20s, the same age as her, a student, and what about the development of a protective shield? He developed Suimi, and now he has developed a machine that can detect life in a few days. By the way, this machine has not existed before. The lies he told are so false. Your daughter still believes it? She who is stupid if not stupid. Mother Chi rolled her eyes at him, can't someone else develop a better one? Yishu is a bit naive, but she's not that stupid. It's not that bad. I think that boy is just a liar. He deceived our daughter into having sex. By the way, he might even want to defraud her out of money. Dad Chi was still worried and took out his mobile phone. I'll search their school forum. If this kid is a habitual offender, he might be able to leave some clues. Let's take a look. His name is Ji Chang's, Ji Chang's. Mother Chi yawned. Come on Detective Derenja, please search carefully. I need to take a nap and I have to meet people tonight. Don't disturb me. She fell asleep, just next to her father, looking confused at Ji Chang's who filled the screen. He just searched randomly. So many results came out. He picked around and found the tallest building to look at. While reading, I picked out keywords. Giant baby. 2 boats with 1 foot. Take mom to college. Holding my roommate's car Zhuang Bi to pick up girls. There are pictures, truth, and evidence, and there are people who want to take advantage of it. Dad Chi looked at more than 50 floors in one breath, and he was so angry that he almost took out his nunchucks and beat to death the bastard who dared to lie to his daughter through the internet. He couldn't stand it anymore. No, there are people here who actually say that Ji Chang's never works in the dormitory, nor does he sweep the floor or take out the trash, but he just lets his roommates do it. If he really got married to his daughter, wouldn't his daughter have to serve Ji Chang's for the rest of her life? I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Where is his nunchaku? Dad Chi was about to find the nunchucks when he calmed down again. Yes, he should show this post to his daughter first. If the clear evidence is placed here, Chi Yishu cannot remain blind. However, what disappoints Chi's father is that Chi Yishu is really blind. After receiving his message, she responded like this. Dad, those are all fake. Nagasawa has a good relationship with his roommate. If there is anything about him picking up girls, that is also fake. Those photos are just borrowed photos. They never met at all. I have seen the surveillance. You will know later. Dad Chi, what about the giant baby? He took his mother to college. Yishu, isn't this the mama's boy in the TV series you watch? Mommy's boy, mommy boy. As a man, he knows how difficult it is to deal with a mama's boy. Chi Yishu, Dad, there is a reason for this. I admit that Nagasawa has shortcomings and is not very good at taking care of himself, but it is really harmless and okay. He is also in a special situation. I think I can understand him, and Dad, don't worry, someone will take care of Nagasawa. Okay, I won't talk anymore, it's time for class, see you in the evening. Dad Chi. He put down his phone dejectedly and slapped his forehead. It's over. My daughter is already stupid. At this moment, his mood was like that of a poor elder in a Chinese fairy tale, helplessly watching a vixen seduce his own child, but he couldn't do anything about it. There are people taking care of you. It says on it that Ji Chang's mother works as a nanny. Of course, Chi's father is not discriminating against nannies. He just thinks about how much a nanny earns per month. It can be seen that Ji Chang's family is just an ordinary family at best. Who takes care of him? Angel. If his daughter really fell into this pit of fire, it would not be his daughter, a cute, beautiful, sensible, obedient but silly angel, who would take care of her. Vixen. I really don't know what he did to his daughter Mi Nha 0. She was a child with normal outlook on life, but now she actually thinks that the mama's boy and the giant baby are nothing. Ba ba ba. Maybe it's a poison. The more Dad Chi thought about it, the angrier he became. He got up, pinched his nunchucks, thought about it, and stuffed it into his bag. Good. When they met in the evening, he confronted Ji Chang's face to face. If this kid still dares to pester his daughter, he must let this guy know that he, Chi Dongqiang, did not get to this point just by relying on his clever head. The evening time came quickly. Chi's father searched the hotel where Ji Chang's asked them to meet. Good guy. High-end, luxurious. This guy is really willing to spend money on such a great place. It seems that he is planning to seduce the girl without giving up money. The two arrived at the hotel together. Chi's mother didn't know what Chi's father had planned. She was still saying to him excitedly in the car. I heard that the people who come to eat at this hotel are all very powerful people, and it's difficult to book a place. Yishu and her boyfriend can book it here, so he must be quite capable. Let me tell you, our daughter has good taste. Dad Chi touched the bag, haha. Look at you, it's always like this. My daughter is older and she just wants to have a boyfriend. Don't be so sensitive. Dad Chi, you'll know when you get there. When they arrived at the hotel entrance, they reported their room number at the front desk, and the two of them were led upstairs by the sweet smiling front desk girl. It was quiet upstairs, the doors were wide open, but there was no one in the corridor. Chi's mother looked at it strangely. Isn't your business downstairs good? Why is there no one on the second floor? The girl at the front desk showed an impeccable money smile. The second floor is booked by 222 guests. Room number 222 was the room Chi Yishu said her boyfriend had booked. Dad Chi, tisk. Chi's mother, yeah. She whispered to Chi's father, look, Yishu's boyfriend is quite generous in what he does. What's so grand? There are only 4 of us, and he covers the entire floor. Is this grand? This is stupid. This is a waste. Chi's father angrily criticized Ji Chang's behavior of spending money indiscriminately. Lao Jianghu sneered, this kid is very scheming. He rented this floor to shock us and make us think that he is rich and willing to give up spending money is actually to catch big fish in the long run. Can I see this little trick? Chi's mother. Why don't you just look for a future son-in-law? He's just a boyfriend. Even if he gets married, it's not like he can't get divorced. Why does it look like Gongdo? She was too lazy to talk to her husband and walked straight to the front. Dad Chi, who was still nagging about Ji Chang's and how much he hated Ji Chang's, saw her running away and quickly shut up and followed. You two, we're here. The girl at the front desk smiled and made an invitation to come in, and then stood at the door, as if she was waiting to respond to the customer's request. Dad Chi glanced at her and, thinking that the service here was pretty good, opened the door and went in. Mom and Dad, you are here. Chi Yishu, who was smiling and talking to Ji Chang's, stood up as soon as he saw the two of them. Qin Xinlian, who was sitting next to her, stood up nervously and pulled up her son who didn't know how to stand up. Are you Yishu's parents? Hello, I am Nagase's mother, and my name is Qin Xinlian. You can just call me Xinlian. Dad Chi, who was in high spirits, met Qin Xinlian's enthusiastic attitude, friendly smile, and welcoming words. As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. If someone laughs, he can't just fall out with him. He hesitated for a second and then put on a smile. Mother Chi felt quite surprised and shook hands enthusiastically, and they sat down. Dad Chi felt that he wanted to find someone or the real owner, so he sat directly next to Ji Chang's. Nagasawa, right? Ji Chang's nodded, yes, hello, Dad. Dad Chi. Chi Yishu's face turned red, and he quickly pushed his boyfriend, and hurriedly explained to his father, it's not Dad, Nagasawa doesn't know how to speak. As she spoke, she complained shyly to her boyfriend in a low voice, why did you say what was in your heart? Dad Chi. He smiled stiffly, Nagase, you should call me uncle. After all, you are just in love, not engaged, right? Yes, uncle. The rather fair-looking guy in front of me obeyed and changed his words. Before Dad could be proud of his win, he heard him continue, then just listen to Uncle Yishu and I will get engaged as soon as possible. Dad Chi. He couldn't help but look at his daughter, look at your boyfriend, He choked on his words. Chi Yishu, who had always been carefree, was blushing and covering his face, looking too shy to look. Then I'll listen to Dad and get engaged as soon as possible. Dad Chi. If he hadn't seen her fingers spread so wide, he would have thought his daughter was shy. No, wait a minute. Nagasawa, let me ask you something. You told my daughter that you developed the Suimi and the protective shield, right? Then why does the country never announce that it was you? Ji Chang's answered seriously, they said they wanted to protect me. Protect. Tisk, I can pretty much make it up. What about acting in a TV series? Chi's father forced a smile on his face and said, also, your mother came to the capital with you just to take care of you. Is this true? Also, it is said that you never do housework and can't do anything like sweeping the floor. Is this true? Ji Chang's would definitely not admit it. When the time comes, he will take out his cell phone, open the forum, and kill this guy's majesty. Ji Chang's, it's true. Dad Chi sneered, I knew this kid wouldn't accept. What? He looked at the calm-looking young man with a confused face. Then he hurriedly went to see his daughter. Yishu, did you hear that? He admitted that his mother came to the capital just to take care of him. She worked so hard just to take care of her son who is going to college. After college, my mother still needs to take care of me. What is this if it's not a giant baby? What is it? Ji Chang's admitted it to himself, so Yishu couldn't still blindly trust him, right? Chi's father was full of confidence, but he saw Chi Yishu nodding with a little admiration. Yes, Dad, Auntie is really great. Nagasawa was taken care of very well by her before. She said with a special sigh, fortunately, I have had my aunt here for so many years. Now that it is better, Nagasawa has made such achievements, and my aunt can also enjoy peace and happiness. Dad Chi. Yishu is no longer blind. This is so blind. He looked at his daughter frantically. He doesn't do housework. If you are together, who will do housework in the future? Chi Yishu hugged her boyfriend's arm and looked at her father in confusion. Dad, I remember I told you before. The country will send people to take care of Nagasawa. Of course, someone will do the housework. Dad Chi. How would his daughter, who went to college and had a normal IQ, believe this kind of nonsense? The country is looking for someone. To Ji Chang's. Do housework. Is this a bad joke? He really didn't want to beep with his daughter who was holding her back like crazy, so he stood up suddenly and grabbed Ji Chang's arm. Let's go to the corridor to chat. The two people over there are discussing. Your clothes look good and compliment you. No one else can look better than you. Your daughter is really well behaved, sensible, and I like her very much. Your son is the one who makes people like him just by looking at him. The mother looked at him blankly due to his movement. Dad Chi took a deep breath and forced a smile. It's okay, I want to talk to Nagasawa about some manly topics. Ji Chang stood up and nodded under Chi Yishu's worried gaze. Okay Dad. Dad Chi, call me uncle. Ji Chang's, okay uncle. The conversation elicited laughter from both mothers. Look at them, how fun they are. Ha 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 ha, don't look at Lao Chi like this. My dad didn't agree with it at first, and he was chasing after my dad and calling me daddy. It made my dad so angry, ha 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 ha. Really, tell me, Nagasawa's dad and I are not that romantic, we are just on a blind date. Lao Chi and I are not on a blind date, let me tell you. Dad Chi. He tried his best to keep a normal expression and went out with Ji Chang's. When he got to the door, something sounded again, and he came back to get his bag. Arriving in the empty corridor, Dad Chi looked around and found that only the receptionist was standing there. From this distance, he probably couldn't hear what they said, so he was relieved. Listen, I don't know what you want to do by making up lies to lie to my daughter, but as his father, I will definitely not stand idly by. Ji Chang's expression was still calm, and he just blinked in confusion. Uncle, what are you talking about? Dad Chi was about to laugh out loud. You are still pretending to be a 1,000-year-old fox. What kind of chatty are you doing with me here? I tell you, young man, you are wrong. The lies you made up are too outrageous, and you are protected by the country. The state sends people to do housework for you, and you brag and don't do any drafting. You can tell such lies. Just saying, you are the person the country wants to protect, right? You developed the Sui Ming and the protective shield, right? Then why is there no one around you? Won't you be protected? If you are really that awesome, they won't be afraid of you. Isn't anyone around here getting shot? Ji Changs, I have a protective shield. No one can shoot me. Dad Chi, I have it too. Don't be too cunning. I'm telling you. They sent someone here, but Yishu said he was afraid of scaring you, so. Chi's father interrupted Ji Changs, so you let them go back. Boy, stop beeping. You can't find anyone today. I definitely don't believe it. He patted his bag and showed a smile that made him look cool as he had worked hard for many years. Do you know what's in this? Ji Changs lowered his eyes slightly and quickly estimated the size and bulge of the bag, two stick-shaped objects, about 70 centimeters, made of iron. Dad Chi sneered, no, this is a thing that can be beaten and you call it daddy? Then, he saw a hint of realization on the face of the young man standing opposite. Then he opened his mouth and heard another familiar faint voice. If you want, Dad. Dad Chi. I just told you not to call my dad uncle. There was a little doubt on the young man's fair face. You just said you wanted me to call you daddy. Dad Chi. This guy is definitely an old fox. The oil and salt are not allowed to enter. Ji Changs tried to explain again, Dad, if you have doubts, there are indeed people around me. It's just that Yishu said before that he was afraid of scaring you, so they went to other rooms to rest. This room is empty. You think I'm blind? Don't force me to do it, you. Chi's father interrupted him directly, trying his best to make a fierce look while reaching into his bag to take out the nunchaku to scare Ji Changs. Then, from his angle, you can see that the beauty at the front desk, who was originally maintaining a beautiful posture, suddenly showed a look of surprise after seeing his actions, and yelled in a rough and wild voice that was completely inconsistent with the soft and sweet voice before. He is going to commit murder. Stop him. At this moment, Chi's father still had half a second to think in his brain. Who? Stop who? Then, huff and puff. Father Chi watched helplessly as a circle of people emerged from the open doors of the rooms on the entire floor that originally seemed empty, just like the chickens knocking on the food bowl in a chicken farm. They were all armed and carrying guns, and quickly surrounded them with vigilance and caution. In just an instant, the corridor was filled with people. The sweet girl at the front desk ran up to him. On the way, she threw her wig on her head and held a gun in one hand to protect Ji Changs. After discovering that what Chi's father was holding was nunchucks, he breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to Chi's father. I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. Then he turned to Ji Changs and gave a military salute. Sorry, I'm too nervous. You two continue. After saying that, Ji Changs nodded and made a gesture. For a moment, in the eyes of Chi's father, these people were all like chickens returning to the chicken coop to sleep at night, and they all rushed to other rooms in batches. The receptionist carefully apologized, took away the nunchucks, bowed, ran back, picked up the wig, put it on, and continued to stand perfectly. In less than a minute, the corridor went from empty to crowded to empty again. Emerges as fast as the wind. Retreat as steady as a dog. Dad Chi, who was still holding his bag. His brain was hesitant to decide between whether he should be surprised so many people suddenly appeared and then suddenly disappeared together, or whether he should be surprised the receptionist was actually a man. By the way, my brain also recalled the chicken farm when I first started my business. Then, it crashed. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. These people moved lightly and exited quickly. When Chi's mother heard the movement, she looked out strangely. What's wrong? It's okay, it's just that a waiter accidentally spilled the food when he brought it. The girl at the front desk comforted Chi's mother with a smile. Chi's mother didn't think much and shouted to Chi's father, who was standing in the corridor, Old Chi, come back when you are done talking. The dishes will be served in a while. Dad Chi. His brain was still in a state of panic. Ji Chang's waved his hand gently in front of his eyes. Uncle. Dad Chi reacted, and then he coughed violently, cough 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 cough, that, this, those people just now, they. Ji Chang's had a natural look on his face, they are the ones here to protect me. Dad Chi, hold a gun, for protection. Yes, they always do. Dad Chi. He calmed down for almost a minute before regaining some sense. Then you, that Sui me, and the protective shield, are you really you? Seeing the confident young man in front of him nodding his head with an expression of isn't this a matter of course, Chi's father's expression cracked. This, why is this so? Well, he really didn't know how to describe his feelings. In short, it's weird. Okay, let him take care of it. His daughter told him that her boyfriend was the one who developed the suicide and the protective shield. He thought he was a liar. It turns out that the other party is really not a liar. Ji Chang's told him that he was surrounded by people protected by the state. He thought Ji Chang's was bragging. It turns out that this young man really wasn't bragging. Ji Chang's looked at Chi's father in confusion and shouted, Uncle. No, 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 wait, let me slow down. Dad Chi waved his hands repeatedly, feeling puzzled. You. He raised and put his hand down, put it down and raised it again, and finally couldn't help but point at the young man in front of him, and asked in a very puzzling tone, how do you get such a brain? He and Yishu are the same age. Yishu still only knows how to eat, drink and have fun every day. But Ji Chang's, he has already made such great achievements. This is not common sense. A smile appeared on Ji Chang's face. Uncle, it turns out you want to know this. My brain is composed of two cerebral hemispheres, left and right. There are horizontal nerve fibers connecting the two hemispheres. Each hemisphere includes cerebral cortex, and seeing that he looked like he was going to have a brain dissection class with him here, Dad Chi said. Stop. He stopped quickly. No, I mean, are all the things you said true? You joined the Ministry of National Defense and developed the Sui-Me, the protective shield, and some other detection equipment. If you are protected by people from the country, will the country send people to take care of you? Ji Chang's nodded happily, yes. Father Chi was stunned for a full 10 seconds before he said, that's not right. Although Ji Chang's expression was still calm, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. What's wrong? Father Chi blurted out a sentence subconsciously, then why did you fall in love with my Yishu? Ji Chang's. Dad Chi, ahem, I mean, it's surprising that you two can be together. The confusion in Ji Chang's eyes became even heavier. Obviously he didn't understand what Chi's father said. Before, Chi's father must have thought that this boy was just pretending, but now that he knew that Ji Chang's had a genius aura around him, he felt that this young man probably didn't understand. Chi's father told him one by one, look at you, you have a good appearance and a successful career at a young age. With such great achievements, you must not be short of money. You are not short of money or fame. You are also handsome. Let's look at their Yishu. He is very skinny, with legs like matchsticks, and a boy's haircut. He just eats, drinks and has fun every day. When taking photos, he never photoshops or looks good. I also failed the class before. He makes noises every day, making more noise than a boy. In Dad Chi's heart, his daughter was doing all kinds of good things at that time. But this doesn't mean that he doesn't know Chi Yishu's shortcomings. Look at Ji Chang's appearance in front of him again. Good guy, this young man is very energetic, fair and tall, with good-looking facial features and a cool temperament. At first glance, he is very suitable to play the role of Xiao Longnan. Chi's father directly cleared away a series of labels he had attached to Ji Chang's in his heart. such as sanctimonious, pretentious, and barely watchable. Such a good-looking young man is a national protected person and has a bright future at a young age. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was the pig that had overtaken his cabbage, or whether his cabbage had overtaken such a good pig. Chi's father now believed Ji Chang's. But in my heart, I felt even more uneasy about the relationship between my daughter and him. With Ji Chang's conditions, he could definitely find someone better. Although the Chi family was rich, they actually had little background, and Yishu was raised to be stupid and not very sweet. From his youth to now, he knows how many people he has met, and he also knows that the more handsome a man is, the higher the chance of cheating. Of course, this may also be because no one will gossip about an ugly man cheating. Focus on. In short, in order to reassure his wife, he worked so hard to make himself fat. And Ji Chang's. No matter how reluctant he was to admit it, Chi's father knew that if Ji Chang's achievements were real, Yishu would be overshadowed by him. These two people are young. No matter how much they like to be vigorous, most of them will not be able to persist when they get out of society and grow up. And he also has Ji Chang's temperament. He frowned, not optimistic about the relationship between the two. Chi's father loves money, but he loves his daughter more. It is not a good thing that one of them is better in love life. Just as he was thinking about how to express his concerns to Chi Yishu tactfully when he got back, he heard Ji Chang's in front of him ask in his trademark light voice, "Uncle, what do you think of the 1st of next month?" "Huh? Not bad, pretty good." Dad Chi was immersed in his own thoughts and answered casually, then suddenly realized, "Wait, why are you asking this?" Ji Chang's waved, and he saw a man coming out of the room behind them immediately. Then, Ji Chang said, "Remember for me, Yishu and I are engaged on the 1st of next month." "Okay." Zhang Xing skillfully took out his notepad and quickly jotted it down. "Dad Chi." "No, wait, young man, it's not good for you to do things like this. You are trying to trick me. I haven't agreed yet." Ji Chang's looked up blankly, "Didn't you just say it was fine?" "Dad Chi." "No, no, no, don't try to fool me. Young man, I know that you are backed by the country and you have the ability, but this engagement and marriage are not just about these. I am also the elder Yishu, you are doing this. Me, how can you reassure me?" He was a little angry. "My mood fluctuates a bit today. From calmly waiting to watch the show to speechless to being frightened and confused and finally to the anger now." He admitted that Ji Chang's was a good pig. White and tender. Tender and smooth. But this young man's attitude is really unacceptable. Dad Chi took a deep breath. "Let's not talk about your attitude problem first. Let's just say that you admitted it to me before. You don't do anything. Your mother, although she is not too old to walk, you are moving, but you are almost 50 years old, right? You asked your mother to follow you all the way to the capital to work as a nanny just to take care of you. You are not even filial to your mother. How can you expect me to trust you? Can you be kind to Yishu? Don't say you are a person protected by the country today. Even if you are a god, I will not agree to the engagement in such a hurry." Take a firm stand. Ji Chang's guessed that Chi's father would react this way. After all, as long as a family loves their daughter a little bit, they won't marry their daughter to someone who doesn't do any housework. But according to his personality, he definitely won't be able to explain. But it doesn't matter. The omnipotent country still exists, right? Zhang Xing still held a notepad in his hand. He looked at Ji Chang's, who looked confused and didn't know how to deal with it, and then at Chi's father, who said this is nothing to discuss, on his face. This is not possible. He has been following Ji Chang's these days, but he knows how important Chi Yishu is to Ji Chang's. What if the relationship between the two dies due to parental interference and Ji Chang's becomes sad? his too unsophisticated temperament doesn't know what he will do. After all, every time Zheng Qinghui beeped something casually, Ji Chang's could do it in the blink of an eye. Jiang Xing stood up bravely. He put the notepad in his pocket, took Chi's father and took 2 steps to the side, whispering, "Uncle Chi, you really have a misunderstanding about Nagasawa. Let me tell you, it's not that Nagasawa has a problem with his attitude, it's that he doesn't have the concept of humanity that ordinary people should have. He really doesn't mean to disrespect you. Let me tell you, the country has sent people to him before. It's been tested. Yes. Because he is so smart, his brain will automatically clean up a lot of things, and the remaining space will be used to store knowledge. It is also because of this that we were sent to take care of him. What about the giant baby? You've seen how powerful he is. To be honest, Nagasawa can't even fold a quilt, but don't worry, it's been said above that we will never let him down for the rest of his life. I will always take good care of him. Nagasawa doesn't have to work, but your daughter doesn't have to work either. Someone will take good care of them." Almost finished explaining, he began to lower his voice and play the emotional card. As for filial piety, Nagasawa is actually very filial to him. "Mom, but you have also seen his temper." Aunt Jean followed Nagasawa to the capital because she was worried about Nagasawa. Nagasawa made such a big move before we asked him what he wanted, and he said he wanted him. If my mother doesn't work hard, wouldn't that be called filial piety? Jiang Xing's voice is sad, with a 3-point uncomfortable special effect. And you told me about the post you saw on the forum. To be honest, someone was jealous that he was too good and deliberately wanted to punish him. Fortunately, Nagasawa never read the forum and didn't know about it. Later, it was several of his roommates worked together with your daughter to handle this matter. Hey, he has really deep feelings for your daughter. He is obsessed with research, but no matter how busy he is every day, he always thinks of contacting your daughter as soon as possible. He doesn't know how happy he is to know that your 2 elders are coming this time." At this point, Jiang Xing looked at Ji Chang's, who was standing there expressionless and watching them quietly, choked up, and changed the topic. He wants to get engaged because he wants to be responsible. It's just that there is something wrong with his way of speaking. This it's understandable, after all, he doesn't understand this at all. Look, how sad is he when you got angry just now? Dad Chi's anger subsided after hearing this. He looked back and hesitated. Is he sad? Yes. I'm sad. Jiang Xing insisted. Look, the corners of his mouth are drooped, and the posture of his hanging hands is also very stiff. He has not moved for such a long time. It must be very uncomfortable. After what he said, Chi's father went to look at Ji Chang's again, and he seemed to be able to vaguely see a bit of sadness on his expressionless face. He suddenly felt a little guilty. How did he know that Ji Chang's had a high IQ and low EQ? I thought this young man was disrespecting me because he had the country behind him. Okay, I understand, but let them talk about the engagement for a while longer. This Nagasawa is too good after all. Do not worry. Jiang Xing was so excited that he immediately patted his chest and said, I stay with him every day to take care of him. The only woman he communicates with every day is Aunt Jean. There is not even a female fly among the others. We also very much support Comrade Nagasawa's love. You see, today's task requires a front desk to keep an eye on the surroundings. We did not send a female comrade, but asked a male comrade to complete this task. Father Chi looked at the receptionist with a strange expression. You are quite attentive. That is. Speaking of this, Jiang Xing was proud. Comrade Nagasawa has been entrusted to our care by the superiors. Of course we have to take good care of him. Of course, the reason why we don't send out female comrades is not because we don't believe in Comrade Nagasawa's character. We just ignore all possibilities just strangled in the cradle. Yes. Stifle. It should be strangled. Dad Chi was completely out of breath at this moment. He smiled and asked again, then if you do this, you are not afraid that Ji Changs will have any objections? Jiang Xing immediately became vigilant. This is a lie. Of course I'm not afraid. Let me tell you this, I, Jiang Xing, can completely guarantee that apart from doing research, Comrade Nagasawa will only pay attention to two people. One is Aunt Jean, his mother, and the other is your daughter. And it's true that he has never talked to women other than Aunt Jean and your daughter since we first met. Not even the cafeteria aunt has said so. Although this was because he was the one who brought food to Ji Chang's every time, it was indeed true. Jiang Xing vowed, my colleagues can also prove that we are following Comrade Nagasawa every day. If you don't believe it, you can ask them. In the room close to the two of them, human heads sprouted out of the door frame like mushrooms. Yes, that's right, we can all prove it. The deputy team leader is right. Comrade Nagasawa can't live well at home. He meets his mother, goes to the laboratory, and meets his girlfriend at 3 o'clock every day. Yes, I can prove it too. The look on Dad Chi's face is much better. Compared with Ji Chang's identity, background, and ability. He values more whether this young man will be good to his daughter. Jiang Xing looks upright and is a soldier, so he should not lie. It seemed that Ji Chang's was just not very good at expressing himself. Although King Mai was still a little worried in his heart, Chi's father's eyes were much gentler when he looked at Ji Chang's. Judging from the helpless look in this young man's eyes, there must be fear hidden in it. Oh, yes, still young. Another person whose IQ was too high and turned his head into a memory. Does the storage device express its emotions? Definitely not. No matter, as long as Ji Chang's treats his daughter well. Let's talk about the engagement later. If there is really no problem and Yi Shu is happy, we can discuss it again. After all, if Ji Chang's is really who they say he is, such a good-looking, capable man who is sincere towards his daughter, then he is being wronged. Young people. It's still rare. These days, such a pure temperament will not make a son-in-law worry about his future. It's better to start early. Get the basics first, then take action. Ha 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 ha. Dad Chi thought about it, his face suddenly filled with a kind smile, and he stepped forward and patted Ji Chang's on the shoulder. Nagaze, Uncle misunderstood you just now. Come on, let's go into the house and chat. By the way, who else is there in your family? Tell me. Jiang Xing watched Chi's father pull Ji Chang's into the house with a mercenary smile on his face, and nodded with satisfaction. Comrade Nagasawa, go ahead with confidence. As long as the woman has no objection, you haven't done anything wrong to her. Nation. It will definitely help your proposal succeed. We are your strongest supporters. We ensure that every good comrade like Comrade Ji Chang's who has made contributions to the country can be carefree and happy. Jiang Xing took out another notebook. He was writing and drawing, recalling the engagement party schedule he found last night. Guarantee that Comrade Nagasawa can get engaged with peace of mind. After recalling it and confirming in his mind that there was nothing wrong, Jiang Xing nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now let's think about how Comrade Nagasawa will get along with his future father-in-law and mother-in-law in the next few days. How about a driving tour? After writing 3 more pages of plans, Jiang Xing put down his pen. Justice's face was serious as he was deep in thought. Then here comes the problem. When Comrade Nagasawa has a child in the future, which kindergarten will he go to? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The meeting with Qi Yishu's parents ended successfully. In the next few days, Under Jiang Xing's arrangement, Ji Chang's and Qi Yishu accompanied their parents and went shopping together. Qi's father was already somewhat satisfied with Ji Chang's, and Qi's mother hit it off with Qin Xinlian. The two even agreed to make phone calls and video chats from time to communicate. Qin Xinlian watched the two people get into the car and sighed as she stood there. "Nagaze, how much is your salary now?" "Ji Chang's, I don't know." He looked at Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing quickly reported a number, and before Qin Xinlian could be surprised why there were so many, he continued. "There is also the follow-up income from the protective shield. Although there is no follow-up income from Sui Mi, the state directly bought the right to use it, so it is also a large sum of money. There is also the earthquake detection instrument that Comrade Nagasawa developed urgently. It's already being processed and the money will be in your account in about 2 weeks." Qin Xinlian was completely confused. "So, how much is that?" Jiang Xing neatly took out a PS machine from his body, put Ji Chang's bank card on it, and entered the password skillfully. "Then show Qin Xinlian the displayed balance." "Qin Xinlian." She was shocked. There are still a lot of shock factors. For example, why did Jiang Xing carry a PS machine with him, and why did he carry Ji Chang's bank card, and he also knew the password? What is even more shocking is the huge amount on this bank card that can completely shock ordinary people. So many. Yes, don't worry, Auntie. Although the card is with me, Comrade Nagasawa's bank card is always under the highest level of protection. Every time there is an abnormal consumption on this card, someone will be sent immediately to investigate whether it is the card. For my own use. This card is here with me because Comrade Nagasawa always loses things when he goes out, so I put it here temporarily. You can hold it the same way." With that said, he handed the bank card to Qin Xinlian. Qin Xinlian ducked back subconsciously. No, this money is too much." Jiang Xing was dumbfounded. "Auntie, this is not my money given to you, this is your son's money, which originally belonged to your family." "But this is too much." Qin Xinlian even felt that she had made a mistake, or had read a few too many zeros. She originally thought that Ji Chang's salary was only tens of thousands a month at most. Before going to bed at night, sometimes when she thought about how promising her son was, she was so happy that she wanted to roll around in bed. When she gave birth to this child, everyone was saying that if Nagasawa's father was so promising, then he must also be very promising. Qin Xinlian really didn't expect that Nagasawa would not only have a future, but also have such a big future. So much money. If she were to earn it, she wouldn't be able to earn so much money. But it only took less than a year for her to grow up. "Auntie, just take it." "By the way, Auntie, what is Comrade Nagasawa's salary?" Qin Xinlian held the card and felt that the card was getting hot. I am thinking." She stumbled out, "I was thinking that Nagasawa's grandma is still in his hometown, and Nagasawa has to work in the capital now. If the salary is high, the two elders can be taken over. Come and take care of them. After all, they are old and still need people around them." Jiang Xing didn't say that they had arranged for people to live nearby for the two old people, who could take care of them at any time. Instead, he nodded and said, "In that case, how about buying a house in the capital? Aren't houses in the capital a bit expensive?" Before Qin Xinlian finished speaking, she remembered the amount she had just seen, and the rest of her words were immediately silenced. Okay, Comrade Nagasawa is rich, and aren't they planning to get engaged? It's not too late to get engaged and get married. After getting married, you have to have children, and children need space. Auntie, you don't have to, don't worry, we'll take care of it." Jiang Xing said they would handle it, but they really did. Soon, a beautifully decorated villa was transferred to Ji Chang's name. When he came to deliver the keys, Qin Xinlian asked about the price. Jiang Xing waved his hand. It's free. After I sent the news that Comrade Nagasawa wanted to buy a house, the superiors approved a house for him. It's right next to the Ministry of State. People living around it are all state workers. Qin Xinlian was shocked. Will the state buy a house? Buy? You must buy it? Auntie, you don't know how much Nagasawa has contributed to our country. As far as I know, our country has used that protective shield to exchange a lot of resources with foreign countries. Not only resources, but also changes in the international perception of China. Although the country of China in the past has been working hard to develop and is getting stronger day by day visible to the naked eye, many people still feel that the development of China is not as good as theirs. And now, China's protective shield has become something that is sought after all over the world. Even everyone knows that this protective shield is very cheap for Chinese people to buy, but for them the price is astronomical. There are countless people waving banknotes and squeezing their heads just to buy a protective shield. And this time, their country's practice of making things cheaper for its own people, while foreigners want to buy them, the price has doubled so many times, has also made the Chinese people proud and a little bit naughty. Even though several days have passed now, and the situation in southwest China has almost been dealt with, there is still a lot of excitement and pride on the internet. Not mentioning the actual benefits of protective shields. Just saying that this incident makes the Chinese people feel proud from the bottom of their hearts is already very happy. The country is prosperous and the people are healthy. What did Jiang Xing think of again? By the way, Aunt Qin, we are ready to announce Comrade Nagasawa's contribution and will award him a military rank. Military rank? Qin Xinlian was shocked again, but Nagasawa is not a soldier. According to national regulations, people who have made great contributions to the country can be awarded military ranks. This is also a reward and protection. Aunt Qin, the key is given to you first. If you want to go out, just tell Xiaolu. From today on, Xiaolu will be responsible for protecting you, just like I am protecting Comrade Nagasawa by his side. Jiang Xing gave a military salute. So he went to Ji Chang's and told him that the country had prepared everything to expose his identity. Sure enough, the young man who was reading a book responded casually, his eyes never moving away from the book. Jiang Xing looked at the box of books on the ground that was about to be filled again. In awe. What does it mean to be serious? This is what it means to be serious. Ji Chang's returned to school. He didn't reply silently. After all, he was sitting in a car. The car drove directly into the campus. There were soldiers with guns in front of them clearing the way, and there were also soldiers on guard behind. Their university does not allow cars to enter the campus. You can imagine how eye-catching a car like this will be when it enters the campus, accompanied by soldiers in front and behind, looking like a big cotter traveling. Eh? Who is this? Why are you coming to our school? I don't know. Who is the leader? That gun is a real gun, it looks a bit scary. Let's go, and have a look. Under the curious eyes of the students, the military vehicle stopped in front of a laboratory building. Jiang Xing got out of the car first and used his eyes to look up, down, left and right. After confirming that nothing was safe, he opened the passenger door and carefully followed Ji Chang's in. Isn't this the experimental building vacated by the school before? Yeah, before I was wondering why this building was not allowed to be used. Who is this person? He looks so familiar. Chi Yishu was eating potato chips while following his friend this way. When he saw so many people gathered in front of him, he stopped slightly. Her friend had a similar personality to her. When he saw the excitement in front of him, he immediately became energetic and kept pulling Chi Yishu's head to go to the front. What's going on? What's going on? Hey, class is about to start and you are still watching the excitement. Chi Yishu received a text message from Ji Chang's in the morning and knew that he was going back to school. He also guessed that it was Ji Chang's that everyone was watching now. She felt a little uncomfortable. Especially, Nagasawa went back to school because of her. It really makes me laugh just thinking about it. Let's take a look. Maybe there's something fun. Yishu, don't you like to watch the excitement? Come on, let's go. Laugh. There was a mocking snort from the side, and Wang Xixuan walked forward from behind with a sneer, looking up and down at Qi Yishu with feigned contempt. You are such a big person, but you are still a girl, and you are making such noises, tisk tisk tisk. Wang Xixuan, what do you mean? What's wrong with girls? Aren't you a girl yourself? Why can boys watch the fun but not girls? The girl next to Qi Yishu suddenly exploded. Wang Xixuan smiled sarcastically again. Sure enough, a nouveau riche is just a nouveau riche. He has no foundation at all. He gets angry every time he talks. He has a small temper. You. Qi Yishu reached out to stop her and raised his chin at Wang Xixuan. You have such a strong temper. How come you spread rumors about my boyfriend on the internet and were caught by the police? Didn't you just come out? Wang Xixuan's face suddenly turned green. She never dreamed that one day she would be arrested by the police for beeping online. Although she was not sentenced but was detained for a few days, she had never suffered such injustice. When Qi Yishu said this, the girl next to her also reacted and raised her lips proudly. Yes, you are still sarcastic to us. Isn't it because you are jealous of Yishu's excellent boyfriend and tried to pry the corner but failed, so you spreading rumors online? Wang Xixuan. I'm going to pry into the corner? Are your eyesight okay? Can I like Ji Chang's? His scumbag, I won't even give it to me. You are still pretending that the police have issued an announcement. The previous post on the forum about Ji Chang's was made by you who had been prepared to hire someone to post it from the beginning. Those who broke the news before were also paid by trolls. The evidence is just pretending to be here, scoff. Qi Yishu stared at Wang Xixuan warily. Although she knew that Chang's looked down on her, she was still a little jealous. She snorted coldly. Don't be delusional. Nagasawa is very good to me. Even if you covet him, it's useless. Me. I covet him. Wang Xixuan almost fainted from anger. It's true that she sent someone to post that post, and it's also true that she bought the trolls to fan the flames. But her initial purpose was clearly to embarrass Qi Yishu. Her original idea was particularly beautiful. First let Ji Chang's be fooled, and then post a message to break the connection with Ji Chang's and make him admit that he likes her. Finally, she made a shining appearance and said disdainfully that she didn't like Ji Chang's at all. She wanted everyone to know that the man she asked for in Qi Yishu was her subordinate of Wang Xixuan. The funniest thing was that she still looked down upon him. Why is this Qi Yishu so stupid that he insists on thinking that she is seducing Ji Chang's? Yes, she was seduced, but how could she like that poor guy Ji Chang's? Besides, this guy was so easy to seduce that she had no interest at all. Wang Xixuan reluctantly retracted his anger, tried to raise his chest and raised his head, and looked at Qi Yishu condescendingly. Qi Yishu, I think you are an idiot. How can I fall in love with your boyfriend who has nothing but his face? What else does he have besides being good looking? Qi Yishu looked at her suspiciously. You don't know why you were arrested? Isn't it just slander on the internet? I just capsized the boat accidentally. Wang Xixuan didn't get what Qi Yishu was asking her. She knew that she was arrested for slandering Ji Chang's, but how could those who arrested her tell her that she was caught not because she went too far, but because of the person she slandered? Wang Xixuan sneered at Qi Yishu. You are the only one who treats that man as your treasure. How could I like such a man with no ability and money? You said I did this because I fell in love with him, but you took show me the evidence. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a student next to her exclaim while looking at her phone, and said to her friend, have you seen Weibo? It turns out that the protective shield and Suimi were both developed by a student from our school. His name is Ji Chang's. Damn, is there such an awesome person in our school? Ji Chang's. I remember seeing his name on the forum. Oh my god, is it fake? He's still in school. How is that possible? The girl next to Chi Yishu was stunned for a moment, then immediately took out her mobile phone and clicked on Weibo. Sure enough, the #1 hot search was national announcement of the name of the developer of protective shields and death. Without thinking too much, she clicked in and opened the video. As for the developers of the protective shield and Sui Ming, as everyone has guessed, they are the same group of people, and they are only students in their early 20s. The people below were stunned, and then there was a noise, and the flashlights flashed. The name of the main R/U0026D officer is Ji Chang's. He is 20 years old this year and is a junior at XX University. The R/U0026D team with him are Zheng Qinghui, Zhang Zijun, and Chen Yuiyang, 3 students who are also 20 years old. Now, 4 of them are already in Ministry of National Affairs work. Oh my god. She was shocked and quickly showed her phone to Chi Yishu. Yishu, it's really your boyfriend, oh my god, oh my god. Chi Yishu was not very surprised. He opened it and looked at it. There was a video at the bottom. Our job is to take care of Ji Chang's daily life. Yes, because after the Ministry of National Education made an exception and admitted him, we did a test on him and found that his IQ was much higher than ordinary people. But at the same time, because his IQ was too high, his brain will not store useless memories. This may be a bit difficult to understand. For example, Ji Chang's can recite a page of a book he has never seen before in 3 seconds, but he can never remember the route he takes every day, nor can he learn to fold a quilt. Growing up, Ji Chang's has really been criticized by too many people. People would not think of taking him to have his IQ tested or anything like that. They just think, wow, this child is so lazy. He is already so old and still needs to be picked up and dropped off by his parents. He still has to be taken care of by his parents. Even when he goes to college, his mother has to come to the capital to take care of him. Everyone calls him a giant baby. Yes, actually calling him a giant baby is correct, but it's not a psychological reason that he can't do these things. But physical reasons beyond his control. Actually, he also wants to do it, but his brain has long been accustomed to automatically extracting useful and useless information. He can develop a protective shield or Sui-Me. He also made a robot before, but if you let him folding quilts, boiling water, these things are like asking a baby to sweep the floor. Well, that's right. It's said to be due to physical reasons. It's because experts analyzed that because of his high IQ, he should actually have body memory when he was a baby. Everyone thinks, who would let a baby do things? In ordinary families, parents don't let their children do things before they are 5 years old, right? They just say, hey, you read books and watch TV. As children grow older, adults begin to teach them knowledge until they grow up, a complete 3 views will appear in your mind. But Ji Chang's is different. He has a high IQ and a good memory. When the body memory was first formed, Ji Chang's brain had already formed a memory. He could read books and watch TV, but things like those that children cannot do, his brain is fixed and says, you can't do it, you should read a book or watch TV, so it's a physical reason. After saying that, the man spread his hands and smiled, but it doesn't matter. A giant baby is a giant baby. We are here to take care of him and ensure that he has no worries and can conduct research in peace. Oh my god. Chi Yishu's friend raised his head and looked at Chi Yishu. Yishu, that's what happened. Your boyfriend is not lazy, he has a high IQ. But in this case, if you get married in the future, wouldn't you be the one doing the housework? Chi Yishu nodded, yes, actually I don't have to worry about anything, the country has arranged for people. Just as she finished speaking, she remembered something again. She looked at Wang Xixuan warily and covered the video. Stop your delusions. Nagasawa likes me, so he can't fall in love with you. Wang Xixuan. Damn it. You are blind. He is a scumbag. Even if these things are true, he fell in love with her as soon as he was seduced. Will I fall in love with her? Chi Yishu's friend snorted. Then you are jealous of other people's talent and ability to do so many things. Otherwise, there is no reason. Why are you doing this? Someone happened to be passing by. When he heard her voice, he looked over and whispered to the people around him with his mobile phone. It's her. She seems to have turned against Ji Chang's after courting her. She hacked him online and was caught. Ah, but yes, Ji Chang's is handsome and has high abilities. No wonder she is so crazy. That one over there seems to be Ji Chang's girlfriend. I'm so envious that I have such a good boyfriend. I wish I could have a boyfriend like this. Wang Xixuan. Is the whole world blind? Ah. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The protective shield and Sui Ming were developed by a junior student from China. This incident not only shocked China, but also shocked the whole world. These two things were shocking enough in themselves, but now, Hua Guo told them that the developer was just a student in his 20s. Anyone with a normal mind would be able to imagine that Ji Chang's could develop a protective shield and a suicide at such a young age. As long as he continues to engage in scientific research, various things will definitely appear in the future. After all, this cannot be said to be research and development, but can be said to be pioneering. And this is indeed the case. In October of the same year, Ji Chang's had new research and development. A flying machine that resembles wings. In fact, all major countries have developed this kind of thing. After all, when people first wanted to go to the sky, they just wanted to have wings like a bird. But to be able to fly into the sky, they also had to consider the issues of oxygen and temperature. Moreover, wings are something that small people cannot carry, and large people cannot control. But Ji Chang's did it. The wings are fully controllable by humans and are very light. Once you master the rules of flight, you can really fly like a bird. During the flight, people are always under flight protection. The point is, this mode of travel does not consume resources, and it is also healthy and environmentally friendly. In addition, the protective cover has been improved, and it will not cause any problems if it falls from high altitude. China quickly established high-altitude passages. For a time, while foreign countries were still studying this protective shield, China's travel methods were already popular among everyone. Soon, parent-child seats, family seats, and even wing rental cars appeared. When traveling on the ground, resources are limited. But things are different in heaven. The sky is big enough, if nothing else. It can also be used in multiple layers. The most important thing is that these wings are very environmentally friendly, and the gas they emit during flight can also purify the air. The smog in the larger cities in China is relatively heavy, but now it is better. In less than a year, most of the environment has been restored. Sometimes when everyone gets together to play skewers, they will occasionally raise their heads and see wings flying in the sky, and they will feel it. This is some kind of magical era, right? But, it just happened. The name Ji Chang's is remembered not only by Chinese people, but also by people all over the world. Because China refused to export wings, and foreign countries could not develop protective shields, they could only continue to purchase them from China at high prices. China's position on this point is still very firm. Let us show you how to make it. Not now, dear. But if you want to buy it, that's no problem. You can buy as much as you want, as long as you have enough money. Ji Chang's money is no longer money, but a series of numbers that keep coming in. After all, no matter how powerful a businessman is, he can't make as much money as the country. He knows that the country will definitely not continue to sell only the production method without providing the production method. After a few years of making money, Hua will definitely give out the production method after getting enough benefits. After all, this is something that can change the entire world. His life is still a 3.1, but as his influence becomes deeper and deeper, more and more people surround him to protect him. The same goes for parents and relatives. Every day, students would stop and discuss in a low voice when passing by this experimental building, this is where Professor Ji Chang's lives. I heard he's a general now. But since there are so many people following him to protect him every day, why does he still stay in school? Wouldn't it be better to go back to China? Maybe it's because you're used to being in school? But our principal must be very happy. During the enrollment this year, Professor Ji was used to promote it. People have different opinions on Ji Chang's insistence on staying at the university even though he already has a professorship. In the end, they all come down to one sentence: how can mortals like us guess the genius's idea? He waited until Qi Yishu graduated. The graduates moved out of the school that day, and Ji Chang's also left under layers of guards. Everyone suddenly realized. Damn it, he is here to accompany his girlfriend. And soon, news came that Ji Chang's and Qi Yishu were getting married. Because of Ji Chang's identity, if those who came to the wedding banquet that day took a group photo and sent it out, it would probably shock a lot of people's jaws. Father Qi looked at the happiness on his daughter's face and was happy for her, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel worried. Ji Chang's is so awesome. What if Yishu is bullied by him in the future? Worry. Looking at the daughter-in-law next to her who was wearing a happy outfit and having fun with Qin Xinlian, she couldn't help but curl her lips. In this house, it seems that he is the only one who is awake. Worry. Qi's father has always paid attention to his daughter's marriage to Ji Chang's. However, he never waited for any rift between the two. Ji Chang's is not very good at talking and has no emotional intelligence, but he is really good at Qi Yishu. As for Qi Yishu, she is simply Ji Chang's little crush. Every day before Nagasawa and after Nagasawa. Coupled with the fact that Zheng Qinghui, a professional advice brother, helped Ji Chang's with romantic ideas in various ways, and Zhang Xing, a professional nanny, the two of them joined forces to make Ji Chang's the perfect husband in Qi Yishu's ideal. Dad Qi felt that he should be happy, but he felt a little lost for no reason. Hey, my daughter is someone else's after all. But it would be nice if she was happy. He'd better apply with his silly wife to travel across the country using wings. Nowadays, many people like to travel across the country, fly into the sky and see the mountains and rivers of the motherland in person. I heard that it is particularly difficult to apply for travel agencies that offer wings travel. But if they want to, they can just tell the people around them. Hey. It's great to have a country as your backer. 5 years later. After China released the news that the wings clasped on your hands could be shared with the world, China welcomed a large number of foreign tourists. These are all people who can't wait to feel what it feels like to put on wings and fly by themselves. In particular, China is now very skilled in artificial wings, and its experience in all aspects is definitely better than when their own country had wings in the past 2 years. Abbott and Mike are very good friends. They are 16 years old this year. They have money again during the school holidays. They put it together and found that the money was enough, so they couldn't wait to tell their family about going on a trip. They arrived at Huaguo Airport first. Sure enough, there were rows of wings suspended in the sky above the airport. Their eyes widened. Even though they had seen the video, they actually saw with their own eyes one by one Chinese people waving their wings and slowly landing on the ground. Then they turned around, took off their wings, and clicked by pressing the button above. The wings immediately contracted automatically and eventually became as big as a book. Some Chinese people held it in their hands, and some Chinese people put the wings in their school bags, and then entered the airport naturally. Oh my god, this scene is so shocking, it's like watching a movie. Yes, it's like a magical world. They successfully found the tour group they booked abroad because they were sitting on a wing car with a banner with the tour group's name on it. After sitting on it, the two of them looked out the window curiously and nervously. The tour guide from the same country as them in the car next to them laughed and said, "It's shocking, isn't it? When I first came to this country, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. There was sleep. They really look like a magical world here, and it's developing very fast. By the way, do you have any protective shields on you?" Mike nodded quickly, "Yes, we have both." "That's good. The inspections here in China are very strict. You can't go to some scenic spots without protective masks. Everyone in their country has protective masks." But asks strangely, "Are all Chinese people rich? The protective shield is so expensive." His parents bought it for him before he went abroad. It's not that he can't afford it, but he grows too fast. If he bought it before, he would have to buy a new one when he grows taller. It's too wasteful. Although their family is a middle-class family, only his parents and his older siblings have protective shields. He and his younger sister have not bought them yet because they are still growing. It can't be said that they are very rich, but the protective shields are sold very cheaply in their country, and unlike our country, they cannot be returned or exchanged. In China, you can exchange small ones for larger ones. Seeing the two people's eyes light up, the tour guide smiled and said, "Okay guys, I know what you are thinking, don't think about it. The protective shields in China must be purchased by their own people. The low price also belongs to the Chinese people. Welfare has nothing to do with us." The two young men looked downcast. "Hey, China is really good to the people in their country. It's normal. China has always been like this. However, the price of protective shields in our country will soon come down. China has already released news that they will soon announce protective shields and artificial wings. It will take a long time until the technology matures." The tour guide smiled with satisfaction. "Yes, so I have settled in China now. There are many people coming here to travel, so I can work with peace of mind. I also plan to apply for long-term residence in China. It is best to bring my family over. Alright guys, we'll be at your hotel soon. We can start traveling around today. I'm going to pick up other tourists. Just wait for my call later." But asked curiously, "Is that tourist also from our country?" Meeting people from your own country in a strange country always creates a sense of intimacy. "No, the information shows that they are Chinese, but I don't know why they signed up for our country's tour group." "Them?" "Yes, they are a family, there are 8 people in total, and you two make up exactly 10 people. Okay, the hotel has arrived." The wing car slowly landed on the wing driveway opened by the hotel. The two young men got out of the car and were taken to their room by the tour guide. This is a very tall building. Their floor is on the 53rd floor. There are large floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing in front of the window, you can see the wings flying back and forth outside. Most of them have Chinese faces, and occasionally there are a few foreigners mixed in, but they all sit in winged cars and cannot fly by themselves. "I really want to fly by myself." Hearing what Mike said, ABT also stood by the window. "Just wait until we go to the scenic spot. It is said that non-Chinese people can fly there." The two of them were looking outside in a trance when they suddenly saw a man flying with wings swaying from side to side, and then crashing towards them with a look of shock on his face. "Ah!" They were startled and hurriedly screamed and ran away. Boom! The man hit the glass, and the two of them could clearly see that something suddenly bounced out of the originally smooth glass, directly ejecting the man who couldn't control his balance. The protective shield on his body activated and turned into a ball, falling straight down. "Ah!" The two were startled, and quickly walked to the side window, opened it, and looked down. They have been told that the protective cover cannot prevent falling from high altitude. Oh my God. Just when I thought I was going to see this man die downstairs, I didn't expect that something like a parachute suddenly activated automatically on the ball, and it fell lightly down with the ball. And the wings in the sky were not used to flying by. Some people even smiled and shouted when the ball flew over. Brother, what are you doing? You almost ran into someone's hotel. The ball landed safely, and the half-human robots below who had received the news gathered around and waited for the person in the ball to come out. They took a blood alcohol test and slapped a ticket neatly. Hello, you are not allowed to fly at high altitudes for 5 years. Please follow us for further investigation. This scene is invisible from Mike and Abbott's side. They touched the glass with curiosity and fear, and sure enough they touched a transparent film. What's this? It feels a little like a protective shield. Someone from the hotel knocked on the door and first apologized for frightening them, and then offered to compensate them by having the room rate. Mike curiously asked what was the object that bounced the man who almost hit the glass. That's a hotel-type shield. The waiter patiently replied, since the high-altitude flight channel was opened, there have always been some people who did not fly according to the regulations and crashed into relatively high hotels. Although people are always fine with protective shields, the loss of things is also very troublesome. So the Ministry of State launched a hotel-type protective cover, which can fully protect the external safety of the hotel. Is there such a magical thing? Mike and ABT were shocked again. Then this must be expensive, right? This is subsidized by the state. There is no charge for one subsidy per year. If it is damaged within a year, you have to buy it yourself, but the price is not very expensive. You too can rest assured that even if the protective shield is really damaged during your stay and scares you, our hotel will compensate you. When the waiter went out, Mike turned and looked at the glass, which had no trace at all at the moment. Brother, I feel more and more that this is the magical world. After they took turns taking a shower, they received a call from the tour group. The two of them went to the rooftop under the instructions from the front desk. This time, the tour group changed to a larger tour wing car. After getting on the bus, they saw 8 Chinese people. There were 2 young people wearing masks and a little girl who looked only a few years old, as well as 2 old people and 3 middle-aged people. Mike had learned some Chinese, and he could hear the old lady asking the young man next to her after they came up, "Who are they?" The young man replied, "Grandma, they are traveling from abroad." "Oh, I thought I was following you again." The young man's voice was clear and cold, but somehow it made people feel comfortable. "This time it's just our family, no one else." The middle-aged woman next to me smiled, "You have been here for so long. You either do Tai Chi or dance in the square every day. This time you want to take a good stroll." Mike knows about square dancing and heard that it is very popular among the elderly in China. It seems like this is a big family. He didn't take it to heart and continued to lie down on the window and watch the wings flying around outside. ABT was very interested in the Chinese people behind him. He especially looked at the little girl and said to Mike in their own national language, "Look, that little girl is really cute." Mike also looked over subconsciously. As expected, she is very cute, with fair skin and big eyes. She is dressed very neatly. Her hair is in 2 small braids with 2 small bows on top. At this moment, she was sitting between her parents, her head down and clicking on a tablet. His hand speed is very fast, he should be playing a game. Mike nodded, "It's very cute." Generally speaking, the appearance of Chinese people seems to be relatively average in the eyes of people in their country, and this little girl makes people like her just by looking at her. The two were talking. The little girl might have finished playing the game, so she handed the tablet to her father next to her. "Dad, I passed the level." This surprised Mike a little. Children of this age should be rude when speaking, but the little girl spoke quickly and calmly. "Well, It's 3 minutes and 20 seconds faster than before. The young man took the tablet, perhaps setting up a new game, and handed it to his daughter. Come again. The young woman next to me looked at the above content. Is it too difficult? It's okay, the more difficult it is, the more I like it. Mike listened to the conversation between the two and felt a little funny. As expected, Chinese people doted on their children, as he had heard before, even considering the difficulty of playing a game. He no longer looked behind, and when he arrived at the place, he concentrated on visiting the scenic spots with the tour guide. They finally got their wish and put on their wings. The two excitedly followed the instructions and flew up. Just as they were taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, they discovered that in front of them, the little girl was flying alone in front of a tree. Why is she alone? It's too dangerous. Why didn't her family look at her? How could such a young child wear wings and fly so high? What if something happened? Even if there was a protective shield, she shouldn't have been allowed to go so high alone. Place. The two quickly flew forward and saw the little girl stretching out a hand from her wing protection and placing a little bird in the nest on the tree. Mike stepped forward and asked in unskilled Chinese, "Little girl, why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" Jizixi turned to look at them, quickly observed the subtle expressions on their faces, and after judging that they were not bad people, she replied, "They are playing down there." "Why are you wearing wings? You are still so young." Mike heard the child in front of him reply naturally in a childish voice, "I saw a bird fall from the tree and wanted to put it back." What a kind child. But this is too risky. As a child, she doesn't have enough control. What if something happens? Mike said, "Don't do this again next time. Although artificial wings are good, they are not for flying birds. Besides, you are still so young. Get off quickly." Jizixi shook her head. "My father said that artificial wings are used to put back birds that have fallen from their nests." Mike couldn't help but laugh. I can't tell that this little girl's father is quite good at coaxing children. He smiled and shook his head. "Okay, good boy, get down quickly. You can't do this. What if something happens? The shield will protect me. What if you are taken away by bad guys? Even if you are in the protective shield, can't the bad guys take you away?" Jizixi said seriously, "No bad person will be able to get close to me." She pointed to the robot patrolling the sky route. "If there is anything, the robot will protect me, and I have a protective necklace on me. No one can get close to me as long as I don't want to." Mike thought so too. Although these robots maintain aviation safety, once they receive a distress signal, they will immediately fly to respond. But what is a protective necklace? Like that hotel-type shield? I heard that there are also home-type protective shields. Maybe this is a necklace-type protective shield. Thinking about it this way, I envy the Chinese even more. Although the little girl kept saying that there was no danger, they still persuaded her to go down and be with her parents. Jizixi came up just to release the bird, nodded and went down. Her wings are very different from those on the market. They have an automatic driving function and a child protection program. It's just that she is currently the only person in China who can use artificial wings under the age of 16. Of course, the reason is that although she is young, with her father's high IQ, she has operational abilities that are not inferior to those of adults. Only then did she get special approval to use artificial wings. After Jizixi got down, she trotted to her father and raised her little face. "Dad, I just put back a fallen bird." Ji Chang's nodded expressionlessly and reached out to touch his daughter's head gently. "You did a good job." Jizixi immediately showed a happy smile. He turned around and threw himself into Chi Yishu's arms. "Mom, Dad said I did a good job. We Zixi are awesome." Chi Yishu still has short hair, holding her daughter high. Jizixi was even happier. Qin Xinlian also praised her. "Zixi follows you. Mom, you have a chivalrous spirit. After being praised by grandma, grandpa, great-grandma and great-grandfather took turns praising Jizixi again. She flew up happily, sitting in the air and shaking her calves. I feel like I am simply the happiest child in the world. This untraveled journey is over. The whole family is very satisfied. Jizixi pestered her father to go to the Ministry of National Defense again. She suddenly had an idea when she was flying birds today, and she wanted to verify it. By the way, Dad, I met the two big brothers when I went up to release the birds. They were so enthusiastic, so I gave them the game you made for me. Ji Chang's touched his daughter's head, well done. In the hotel, Mike, who was still looking excited, took out his mobile phone and planned to play the fun game the little girl mentioned today. 10 minutes later, he was confused. 20 minutes later, he continued unwilling to admit defeat. 30 minutes later, he was confused. An hour later, looking at himself who had not even passed the first level, Mike said, "Are all Chinese games so difficult?" Mike, look what I saw. ABT showed him his cell phone with excitement on his face. Look at this photo, look. Mike looked down strangely, a little confused. Isn't this the little girl we met today? She is Jizixi. She is the daughter of Ji Chang's who developed the protective shield and humanoid wings. Oh my god, she is Jizixi, so the couple we met today are not Ji Chang's and Chi Yishu. Oh my god. We actually bumped into them. Why didn't I see it? I should have taken a photo with them. Oh my god, oh my god. Abbott has gone crazy. Mike quickly took his phone and looked at it. Sure enough, I saw the above report. Ji Chang's daughter Jizixi showed an astonishingly high IQ at the age of 1. When she was born, she was surrounded by more than 50 people to protect her. As she grew up, the country implemented a large number of people to maintain law and order. Robot. Some of these robots are in the sky and some are on the ground. They can be seen everywhere, even in tourist attractions. They usually only maintain their own work, but they are all included in a protection list. Jizixi is on this list. If something happens to her, the surrounding robots will immediately step forward to protect her within a minute. Jizixi's photos were exposed today because it was announced that she had entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the youngest age in history. Officially joining the company next week. Mike put down his phone blankly. OMG. He's also crazy. After returning to China, someone asked him, "I went to China to play around. Have you played with artificial wings? What do you think?" Mike, it turns out that artificial wings are made to help birds return to their nests. Other people. Ji Chang's life was deceitful in the eyes of others. Everyone used to say that he alone changed China. But in the end, everyone said that he alone changed the world. And his daughter, who inherited his high IQ, continued to change the world after he retired. In 30XX, Ji Chang's and Chi Yishu passed away. They are well taken care of by the state, but they are just old. Most countries around the world have flags flying at half-mast. His name is also written in the textbook forever. Ding. The mission is completed. Please select vacation to continue the mission. Ji Chang's, continue the mission. After learning the news that Ji Chang's and Chi Yishu passed away together, even though the two were old, it was considered a happy morning, and the internet still paid tribute. There are also older people who lamented, "Mr. G and I were in the same school at the time. I still remember that time when he was scolded by everyone in the forum because he was falsely accused of being a two-person and a giant baby at that time. I also followed him and scolded him twice." Sentence, I feel really ashamed when I think about it now. Oh my god, are you still surfing the internet at such an old age? I don't blame you. I've checked what happened before, and it was clearly a female student who couldn't woo her, so I framed Mr. G. Upstairs, What I found is different from what you found. I remember that the female student was obviously jealous of Mr. Ji Jinju, so she set up a trap to harm him and even hired a Navy army. What I found is different from yours. It's that the girl was jealous of Ji Lao Yu and fell in love with him in the end. She didn't get what she asked for, so she harmed him. In the hospital, Wang Xixuan, who was relying on a ventilator to maintain breathing, stared at the content on his phone. She spent her whole life shouting out the last words of her life. You are all blind. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. When Ji Chang's was teleported over, he found himself standing at the door. After the door opened, there was a beautiful and gentle girl. When she saw him, she smiled on her face, took the bag from his hand, and asked softly, "How was your day at the company? Are you tired?" Without memory, Ji Chang's gave a vague answer, "It's okay." He followed the girl and sat on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, the door was opened from the outside, and a middle-aged woman walked in. After seeing Ji Chang's, the look on her face was not very good. "Nagaze, what's the matter with you? Today is your first day at work. It turns out you were lucky. You were caught drawing while working. Although it was said to be Ran's father's company, it was your first day anyway. You should also be serious." Ji Chang's nodded and coughed dryly, "I'll go to the toilet first." The expression on the middle-aged woman's face immediately became more and more ugly. Seeing her daughter looking at her in confusion, she tried hard to hide it. "Forget it, for the sake of my daughter, just bear with it." Ji Chang's entered the toilet and began to check his memory. This world is also a parallel fictional world. The original owner is 25 years old. After graduation, he did not want to suffer the hardship of working, so he has been starting a business freely at home. It's said to be free entrepreneurship, but it's actually just painting. He is not an art major, but he just has this hobby. He also saw that a painting can be sold for a sky-high price. He felt that he was a genius and he could definitely paint it himself, so he devoted himself to this. It's just that it's true that he is confident, and it's also true that he doesn't want to go out to work and just wants to be happy. And it was his wife who supported him in starting his business. His wife's name is Jo Ran. She and the original owner were classmates in high school and went to the same university. After the original owner knew that Jo Ran's family was in good condition, he made various careful plans, pretended to be gentle, and deceived Jo Ran's sincerity. Jo Ran is the only daughter in the family. When she was young, her parents had to leave her to a nanny because they were busy with their careers. As a result, she longed for human care. After being caught in the gentle trap of the original owner, she wanted to marry her. The two of them were still in school at the time, and the Jo family's parents didn't care about the poor family situation of the original owner. They just checked and found that the original owner was good-looking, had good grades, was highly educated, and had a good reputation. Because they felt ashamed of their daughter, they felt relieved and agreed to their marriage after they found out that the original owner had no dark history. Thinking that this is good, this son-in-law's family situation is not very good, but he will definitely support their daughter well. However, the original owner was a soft-hearted person, but he was hard-pressed to eat soft food. From the beginning, he came here for Jo Ran. She was the only daughter in Jo Ran's family. Even if she was not good at managing company affairs, the Jo family would definitely give the company to her. The original owner's intention from the beginning was to take over the Jo family. The Jo family's parents would die sooner or later, and by then, the Jo family would not let him do whatever he wanted. But if he wants the Jo family, he has to join the Jo family company. Jo's father had arranged for him to join a branch company before, but unfortunately the position he was given was not as expected by the original owner. Although this position is already very good for new employees, the original owner doesn't think so. He is the son-in-law of the Zhou family. Wouldn't it be ridiculous to not be a general manager? So, he casually found an excuse to resign and continued to go home and hang out. Just messing around like this made him feel unhappy. Although his wife is beautiful and gentle to him, she will get tired of looking at him every day. But if you want to play with other women, the Zhou family will definitely not agree. Therefore, the original owner had no choice but to hold it in, but the more he held it in, the more unwilling he became. He is highly educated, but he is a soft-boiled person. People around him looked down upon him. He originally wanted to endure it until the two old men died, but the more he endured, the more he couldn't bear it. It happened that Zhou Ranran's father had a car accident. He could only lie in the hospital temporarily to recuperate, but Zhou Ranran's mother was just a housewife and didn't understand the company at all, so the original owner took up the idea and coaxed Zhou Ranran into saying that she wanted to work. He had a good idea. Now the company is leaderless, and he is the son-in-law of the Zhou family. If he joins the company at this time, while Zhou's father is still in the hospital, he might be able to cultivate his own power. But although he thinks well, he doesn't have the ability. He has a high degree of education, but he has never officially worked. Even when he worked before, he spent 3 days fishing and 2 days working online. Later, he lived at home and lived happily with his wife's money. With his appearance, wouldn't the old foxes in the company not be able to tell if he is a leader? Not to mention that Father Zhou is still alive and well. The original owner gritted his teeth. In fact, Zhou's father's company was not that big, with only tens of millions of current assets at most. But for the original owner, this was definitely enough money for him to spend a lifetime. He thought about it and came up with a good idea. Zhou's parents are still alive, and no one in the company listens to him. But what if the Zhou family's parents died early? If they died, wouldn't the Zhou family's property be in Zhou Ranran's hands smoothly? If something unexpected happens to Ranran Zhou again. It happened that Zhou's father's company was in turmoil at this moment. While the original owner was in contact with people from the hostile company, he had various thoughts in his mind. It's just that although the original owner wanted a lot, he didn't dare to pay the price. But at this time, because he was doing various things in the company, he was videotaped and laughed at in the company's private group. He was said to be a soft-boiled man who eats his wife and uses her wife's money. In the end, he didn't have any skills at all, and he actually fished like this at work and so on. Someone else said that they saw the original owner meeting someone from a certain company and wondered if they sold our company. The original owner of the trumpet was squatting in that group to get information, but he didn't expect to see this. He suddenly panicked. If Zhou's family knew that he had contact with people from a rival company, he would be dead. So he took the opportunity to visit his father-in-law in the hospital and pulled out his father-in-law's oxygen tube. He was a relative, the hospital was unprotected, and Zhou's father passed away just like that. The Zhou family was in despair, but Zhou's mother still did not hand over the company to the original owner, but decided to stand up on her own. In desperation, the original owner changed Zhou's mother's heart disease medicine and gave it to the pregnant Zhou Ranran. Then he told Zhou's mother that Zhou Ranran's child was gone and she was in danger. In the hospital, Zhou's mother suffered a heart attack in a hurry and asked for medicine, but the medicine was changed. Zhou Ranran lost her parents and her children. She realized something, and when the original owner was drunk, she confronted the other party, and when she got the admission, she collapsed. First he stabbed the original owner to death, and then set a fire. Ding! The memory has been transferred. Mission: please change the ending of everyone who was killed, and the characters cannot be destroyed. Please choose whether to stay. Ji Chang's, stay. The system is offline. Ji Chang's calculated his character. He has a high degree of education, has a soft job, and has shown his incompetence at work in the company. The only one who can make a fuss about it is Hua. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Ji Chang's washed his hands and went out. Taking 2 steps forward, he could hear Zhou's mother talking softly to her daughter. I'm not asking him to work hard or be serious, just show off, and don't fish out there on the first day of work. There are employees all around, and they can see clearly. Now your dad is in the hospital, in the company no one is watching. He is like one of our own family members. What does this make the employees below think? Zhou's mother sighed as she spoke. Ran, it's not that I don't want Nagasawa to join the company. It's just that he doesn't take it seriously when he looks like this. Do you know what people in the company say in private? There are all kinds of unpleasant things to say, and he said he bought his degree. Zhou Ran looked a little embarrassed. She was not angry with her husband. Instead, she apologized to Zhou's mother on behalf of Ji Chang's. I'm sorry, Mom. He may be a little unaccustomed to not going to work for too long. I will tell him properly. Ji Chang's was not surprised that Zhou Ran would speak for him. After all, the original owner behaved one way outside and behaved another way to Zhou Ran when he returned home. It's not like I've never been to the company before. The original owner disliked the low position and didn't want to work. When he came back, he followed Zhou Ran and made nonsense, saying that everyone in the company looked down on him, especially the shareholders. They all felt that he only got into the company because of his wife. He was sitting around in the company and being bullied, so how could he have the energy to work hard? The original owner also took note of Zhou Ran's soft-tempered nature. The shareholders were all uncles who had watched her grow up and loved her very much. Her husband was also the person she fell in love with and knew that she would spend the rest of her life together. Caught in the middle, she was in a dilemma. It was unrealistic to question those shareholders. She didn't mention their feelings. She just said that her father was ill at that time. The company's operation mostly relied on these shareholders. Even if she didn't understand the company's affairs, I also know that there will definitely be conflicts with shareholders at this time. So, I had no choice but to persuade my husband to resign. In this way, the original owner smoothly changed from I don't want to do it anymore to I have to resign for the sake of my wife. Not only can he continue to stay at home and eat soft food, but he can also feel guilty about Zhou Ran, which makes him feel happy. Now that his father has finally recovered from his illness and is in the hospital after a car accident, his mother can only force herself to take charge of the overall situation. Her husband is acting the same as last time. Zhou Ran will naturally think that her husband has been wronged in the company again. That's why. Her temperament would not cause trouble for her mother at this time, so she could only speak to her husband here and comfort her carefully there. But it is true that shareholders looked down on the original owner. They all felt that the original owner was just a freeloader. If he liked painting, it was just an excuse, and his painting was not very good. If he really liked painting so much, how could he have stayed at home for so long without making any achievements? Either he is a mediocre person, or he wants to eat soft food, or he is mediocre and wants to eat soft food. Although they didn't say any of this. Ji Chang's deliberately coughed as he walked over. Zhou Ran and Zhou's mother over there immediately stopped continuing the topic. Mom, eat fruit. Ji Chang's first took out a tissue and wiped his hands, then naturally took an orange and handed it to Zhou's mother. Asked, isn't the company very busy these days? Why are you here? At first, Zhou's mother felt a little guilty because she had just spoken ill of her son-in-law to her daughter behind her back. But now she saw Ji Chang's looking so calm, lowering his head and carefully peeling the oranges, looking like an ran as if nothing had happened, and she suddenly felt angry. Why am I here? It's not because of you. Joe's mother was originally a good-tempered person, but ever since her husband's accident, accidents began to happen one after another in the company, which made her very anxious. She had hardly had a good rest for so many days. Joe Ran was weak when she was a child and could not expend too much energy. She and Joe's father never thought about letting her inherit the company. They just wanted to find a reliable person to be the CEO in the future and give him shares. Her daughter would just sit back and wait for the money. That's it. As a result, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Joe's father, who was still in good health before, suddenly fell ill. After finally recovering from his illness, he suddenly got into a car accident. The chairman of the board has fallen, shareholders don't hold many shares, and people in the company are panicking. Who dares to take over this mess? Joe's mother could only force herself to do it, and she didn't ask her son-in-law for help at this time. Don't hold back. Even if you are really mediocre and really have no ability, you can still go to work and show off. He insisted on painting at work, which caused a lot of discussion in the company. The more Joe's mother thought about it, the angrier she became. She threw away the orange and stood up. Nagays, our family is not kind to you, right? Now that the company is in such chaos, we have arranged for you to go to work. You clearly know that the employees below are in chaos. By doing things at this time, aren't you clearly setting a bad example to them? Seeing her looking like she wanted to hit someone, Joe Ran quickly stood up and pulled her. Mom, don't be impulsive. Nagasawa didn't mean it. Ji Chang's was still sitting there, looking up at his mother-in-law. I did it on purpose. Joe Ran was stunned and turned to look at her husband, Nagays. A smile appeared on Ji Chang's face. He stood up slowly, put the peeled orange into his wife's hand, and said warmly, I'll explain to Mom, you go upstairs and rest first. Joe Ran looked at him hesitantly, then at his mother. Joe's mother was still angry. When she saw this, she laughed angrily. Okay, Ran, you go upstairs. I want to hear his reasons for doing this on the first day of work. Seeing that Joe Ran still looked hesitant, Ji Chang stretched out his hand and gently touched her head. Good boy, go ahead. Joe Ran nodded and went upstairs. Mother Joe watched her daughter go upstairs before sitting on the sofa again. Tell me, let me see what you say. You are the one who is going to work in the company, and you are the one who doesn't do well when you get to the company. Ji Chang's, after all, you are a C-level graduate, and your grades were pretty good at first, so you can't even do such a small thing, right? This is true, but it is precisely because the original owner felt that he was born in C, and now that his father-in-law is lying in the hospital, he is not given a high position, and he is angry and deliberately causes trouble. But of course Ji Chang's couldn't say that. He still had that smile on his face and responded warmly. What Mom said is that of course I can't even do such a small thing. I really couldn't do it well. I haven't read or recalled it for several years, and I have long forgotten it all. I did deliberately draw while working, and I also deliberately let others see it. I also deliberately let everyone in the company know that I don't do my job well. You. Joe's mother's face was suddenly full of anger, and she stood up again. What do you mean? Are you deliberately making trouble? Mom, please don't be angry. Have you ever thought about why I didn't say to go to work for so long? As soon as Dad fell down, I suddenly asked to go to the company. Joe's mother's first reaction was that this boy wanted to seek power while his father-in-law was away. It's not her conspiracy theory, but Ji Chang's self-righteous attitude since he and Joe Ran got married really make it hard to believe his character. She didn't say what she was thinking, but snorted coldly, how do I know what you think? Ji Chang's took another orange and peeled it slowly while looking up at his mother-in-law with a smile. Joe's equity is divided into 5 parts: 3 shareholders, scattered shares, Dad's hand, Mom's hand, and Ran's hand. He separated the peeled oranges into 5 segments and placed them one by one on the table. The slender fingers that were well maintained due to long-term eating of soft food touched the orange represented on the far left and pushed it aside. The shareholders don't have a lot of shares. He moved to the second orange segment and pushed it away again. The possibility of integrating individual stocks is too low. The third petal, Dad is unconscious now. From the outside, he is not sure whether he can wake up. Moreover, whether Dad has a will has not been made public. No one knows what is written in his will. The third orange segment was also pushed over. Left over. Ji Chang's clicked on the remaining 2 orange segments and looked at Joe's mother. You and Ran are the only ones left. Mother Joe frowned. What do you mean? Now that the chairman is unconscious, the employees below are definitely not thinking about praying that the chairman will wake up soon, but are preparing for the worst, thinking about what they will do if the company cannot survive. Should they want to change jobs, or ride a horse? The donkey looks for the horse, and he goes to work while looking for a job. Ji Chang's asked, during this period, have a lot of people from the Joe family resigned? Joe's mother glanced at her son-in-law up and down suspiciously, but finally nodded. They left because they felt that the company was not stable and that Dad might not be able to wake up. Mom, don't worry. Of course we as a family hope that Dad can wake up, but employees are different. It is said that the company is home, but in fact, don't employees just work for money? Who will really stick to the company? Most people will get out of the company as soon as they find something is wrong. Now that Dad is like this, for employees, the company will fall behind in the future. It's hard to say who will get it. And in their eyes, this company is now just 2 people trying to rob it. He held an orange in his left hand and an orange in his right, and handed them to Joe's mother. You and Ran. Joe's mother was confused, but Ran is the only daughter of me and her father. We have only one daughter in this life. Aren't all the things that her father and I have are hers? That's what you think, others may not. Ji Chang's took the orange that represented Joe Ran and put it in his hand. You also know a lot of people. In this circle, how many people are just for money? Father and son turn against each other, husband and wife play chess, and brothers kill each other. No, our family knows our own affairs, and we know that you and Dad care about Ran, but others don't know. Even if you say it, they may not believe it. He pointed at himself. I don't have any shares, but I am Ran's husband. In the eyes of others, we are one. Ran is not in good health and has not shown up in the company. At this time, I am representing her. If I join the company when you are there and express how useless I am, it means that our lineage is completely incomparable with you. Watching the expression on Joe's mother's face gradually change from anger to suspicion, then from suspicion to thoughtfulness, and then to sudden realization. Ji Chang's threw the orange slice representing Joe Ran into his mouth and ate it in several bites, then pointed to the orange slice in front of Joe's mother. Now, in the eyes of others, the only thing that counts in the company is your words. Only when the company has only one person in charge and doesn't have to worry about internal fights within the company can the employees below feel at ease. Otherwise, everyone will think that our company is without an owner and we don't need others to fight against us. Our employees will have to find another home. If the employees in a company are separated, the company will also be separated. Mother Joe lowered her head to look at the orange for a while, then slowly raised her face, with a brand new gaze, looking at this person who she always thought was the only face she could see. Although she graduated from C University, she was completely incompetent. Son-in-law. So you asked to join the company and deliberately drew during work hours just to let others know that you are an idiot. Ji Chang smiled nonchalantly. If I were not a fool, as the son-in-law of the Joe family, some people would not look down on me, but would please me and gather around me to encourage me to fight with you. Joe's mother: then you don't have to join the company in the first place. If I don't join the company, the chances of others seeing me as a fool are 50-50. But if I join the company, it's 100%. Mother Joe looked at Ji Chang's with more and more complicated eyes. But do you know what others say about you behind your back? Ji Chang shook his head and smiled, with the 4 characters Feng King Yun Dan written all over his face. They said it would be fine if I didn't listen, and I wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Mother Joe: but they all regard you as that kind of person. People live in this world just for themselves and their families. What those irrelevant people think of me has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Joe's mother looked at Ji Chang's with a look that was not only complicated but also filled with appreciation. She originally thought that Ran Ran was just looking at her face. Unexpectedly, my daughter has such good taste. Ji Chang's was obviously capable, but he was willing to hide and act like a fool for the sake of her daughter. She wouldn't believe it if he said it wasn't true love. She stood up straight and bowed solemnly to Ji Chang's. When his son-in-law hurriedly came to help him, he refused to straighten up. Instead, he maintained this posture and solemnly apologized to him. I'm sorry Nagasawa, I misunderstood you. Thank you for drawing while working in the company. Thank you very much. I still blame you. I really shouldn't have done it. Mom, don't say that. Ji Chang's quickly helped the person up, with sincere eyes and sincere words. I really like painting, really. I know how much you have paid for Ran Ran. I have really wronged you for so long. Mother Joe patted Ji Chang's arm and looked at him with eyes full of appreciation and love. Don't worry, I understand your good intentions. When we get through this, when Ran Ran's father wakes up, and the company stabilizes, we will clear your name immediately. Ji Chang's quickly refused. I really don't need it, I just like to draw. I don't like working in a company. Suddenly, Joe's mother looked at him with a gentle and loving look. In order to help them stabilize the Joe family. Although he obviously has such abilities and insights, he still pretends that he only likes painting. He is a good man, but he has to make himself miserable. You may even have to resign yourself to fishing during working hours instead of working. How could there be such a good son-in-law in this world? Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhong Mao. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Joe Ran Ran found it strange that she just went up to the second floor, and when she came down again, her mother, who was still angry at first, was so affectionate to Nagasawa. Okay, don't send me away anymore. Go back. Nagasawa, if you don't want to go to work tomorrow, don't go to work. Go back. Go back. I'm here in the company. Correct. She thought of something again and turned back to her daughter and son-in-law. There is a party tomorrow. Do you want to go to it? Ji Chang's asked, is there anyone at that party? Mother Joe thought for a moment. It's nothing. It's just that Jin Hui's old director is getting married. Everyone is going. Nagasawa, didn't you say you wanted to open a gallery before? I don't know much about this aspect. Jin Hui has many galleries. You can ask when you have the opportunity. Ji Chang's understood that this was a network of connections. Joe's mother also has a good personality. After hearing Ji Chang say that she really likes painting and being grateful to him, she started to think of ways to help him. He nodded, okay, thank you Mom, Ran, and I will definitely go. Mother Joe is gone. Joe Ran waited until she got in the car, and kept looking at the butt of the car as it left in a strange way. She waited until it was gone, then took her husband's hand and asked curiously. Nagaze, why is Mom so nice to you all of a sudden? Look at what you said. Ji Chang smiled and touched her head. Mom, was she not good to me before? No, it's just. Jo Ran Ran didn't know what to say. Her parents were pretty good to Nagays before, but because Nagays stayed at home all the time and didn't go to work, they still complained about it. Especially since my father's accident, my mother has been able to take the leading role by herself recently. She also has to deal with the pressure inside and outside the company, and her temper has become a bit fierce. He is not as tolerant towards Nagasawa as before. She didn't know what to do, so she could only persuade her from both sides. Jo Ran Ran thought for a long time before saying the right thing. That's right, my mother's temper has been a little bad these days, and she suddenly became so good. I'm a little surprised. She is in a good mood because she sees our good relationship. Ji Chang's had a natural look on his face. You are not in good health. Mom has been worried about you. When I came today and saw that I took good care of you, of course I felt better. Actually, it's normal for her to be stressed. Ran Ran, you can pay more attention to her during her rest time. Dad's not awake yet, and Mom is too tired to support her alone. Jo Ran Ran nodded, I understand. After Jo Ran Ran went upstairs to see the flowers she had raised, Ji Chang's went to the studio. Yes, the original owner had a studio. And it's huge. When he was first renovating, he had quite a lot of requirements. One moment he wanted this, another moment he wanted that, and the next moment he didn't want ABCD. But the people who let him control were all the decoration people. With the money, no matter how angry those people were, they couldn't get angry and could only endure the work. It's just that the original master wanted to become a great painter, but he didn't have the talent and perseverance of a great painter. Any art student would be able to beat the paintings hanging on the wall. He felt that he was talented, but it was just obscured by this world that ordinary people could not see through his amazing talent. The original owner has always been so persistent. In reality, he told Jo Ran Ran that Jo Ran Ran, who did not understand painting, could still encourage him. But on the internet, Ji Chang's opened Weibo, and sure enough he saw ridicule under every Weibo post. It's no wonder people ridicule you. In fact, the original owner still cares about his image in real life, but he no longer has such scruples on the internet. The internet is a protective umbrella. No one can know who he is hiding underneath. So he registered a Weibo and boasted about his paintings. When most people are satisfied with their painting, they will humbly ask for your advice. When the original owner was satisfied with the painting, he took a photo and posted it on Weibo. He first boasted about himself and wrote down what ideas and emotions he wanted to express in his painting, and what his mood was and what the lighting was like when he was painting. After a long paragraph, there is one last sentence. Those who understand will naturally understand. Of course, he himself didn't know what he knew. He's just pretending. However, his Zhuangbi ability is not up to par. A discerning person will think at first glance, wow, this guy talks a lot. At the second glance, hey, this guy is Zhuangbi. What else is there to say? That's what you should say, big brother Zhuangbi. You are a novice, and your painting is not as good as that of others with your left hand. How dare you Zhuangbi? Spray you. Squirt hard. It makes you doubt your life, and it makes you see clearly the nature of your own noob. However, the original owner was not affected at all. He firmly believes that he is a master-level boss, and these people are criticizing him because they are noobs and they don't understand at all. As for what you know, the original owner doesn't know either. They must not understand anyway. He still insists on being himself. I use my wife's money to buy followers, and occasionally post a picture that others don't even know what it was drawn on. He doesn't delete or reply to those who troll him, but looks at them with a mocking attitude. Squirt, squirt. Strong people are always envied. Anyway, he has money. No matter how much these people complain, his number of fans looks very beautiful. And because he sends out red envelopes from time to time, many people are willing to give in for money. Some people even follow him even though they don't know how to draw, just to praise his paintings like crazy when he posts on Weibo. After all, according to experience, the more powerful the praise, the greater the amount of red envelopes received. Those powerful painters either rely on their works to gain fans, or they rely on their new ideas to gain fans. As for the original owner, he relied on local tyrants to increase his fan base. Others praise me because of my good paintings, but when it comes to him, they praise me for his money. The original owner had such a style, and soon his account became a unique figure in the circle. The kind that doesn't have a very good reputation. Some people regard him as a cancer in the painting circle. They think he is following a deviant path and his paintings are not very good. He is still bragging about himself, with a look like I am so capable and you are all rubbish. While Ji Chang's was eating an orange, he opened the private messages one by one to read them. Well, this is a pretty good scolding. Well, even he doesn't know this curse word. Write it down, maybe you can use it one day. Just as I was watching, a new private message came. Ji Chang's clicked on it, and there was a line of text at the beginning. I know your name, Ji Chang's. If you don't want me to expose your real name and photo, give me 1 million. Don't fool me, I know you have money. Understand the threat? Ji Chang's dug around in his memory, and sure enough, he pulled out this memory. At that time, someone also threatened the original owner to expose him. The original owner was afraid and beat him with 1 million. After that, that person did not appear again, but never appeared again. However, it is not ruled out that the original owner would have been stabbed to death by Zhou Ranran before he appeared again. Ji Chang's put his hands directly on the keyboard and followed the message all the way through. They are not enemies, and there is no conspiracy. He is a person who makes money by threatening internet celebrities. The original owner is two different people in real life and on the internet. I think the reason why he is so wanton on the internet is because he is sure that no one will know his real name behind this Weibo. Normally, if his name and photo are exposed, everyone will look at him strangely. The original owner was arrogant but not stupid. If he was really stupid, he wouldn't be able to coax Zhou Ranran down all the time. Of course, he could only do it privately. But if it were Ji Chang's, he took a screenshot of the private message and posted it neatly on Weibo. I haven't done anything shameful, it's just a Weibo account used to post my works. Why don't I dare to expose my true identity? In reality, I have called the police on this friend who extorted 1 million yuan. I wish him well. This Weibo account is more or less a black and red one. After the Weibo was posted, before the fans who had bowed their waists for money had even arrived, the perennial sunspots had already arrived. It makes me laugh so hard that I even use it to display my own works. Can those paintings of yours be called works? Simply the biggest joke of the year. I didn't do anything shameful, I just did something embarrassing. Which painter is like you, who doesn't rely on painting for money? I'm curious if anyone knows the blogger. In reality, the blogger is so boastful and can't see himself clearly. Blogger, my younger sister in elementary school can draw better than you. Really, I advise you to delete this Weibo as soon as possible. Be careful of people in real life laughing at you. Less than 3 minutes later, the army of people seeking red envelopes also arrived. Start all kinds of fancy flattery. Those scumbags upstairs, please don't slander us, okay? You don't move at all about his artistic conception. If you haven't reached that state yet and you say that my painting is not good, where is your conscience? This kind of person is really disgusting. He uses his real identity to blackmail on the internet. He must be caught and punished severely. Yes, it is just a Weibo for posting works. We are not afraid of slanting shadows when we are upright, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The two parties soon started fighting, and it was very lively. Ji Chang started painting while fishing. What he painted this time was a sunflower. The bright sunshine was shining above, but there was thick ice underneath, and half of the sunflower was frozen. The whole picture seems to give people a chilly feeling. After finishing the painting, Ji Changs took pictures like the original artist, and then posted it on Weibo with the caption. The starting point of this painting is to draw warmth and guidance after finishing the painting. I can feel that this painting has the power to make people feel at ease, and I feel that I have made progress again. I didn't forget to add the iconic words of the original owner at the end. If you understand, you will understand naturally. After the Weibo display was posted, the black people and red envelope recipients were stunned for a second. What should I say about this painting? It's really different from before. It's not that the painting is too good, but the painting is too, how should I put it? Let's use an analogy. For example, the paintings this blogger drew before seemed to them to be at the level of a junior high school student. So now, it has regressed directly to the level of primary school students. Still in the first or second grade. A sunflower is painted crookedly, and the light from the sun is also very wrong, not to mention the ice cubes underneath. This kind of painting method can be seen as very crude even by people who don't know how to paint. The black men reacted first and started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha, you drew this with your feet, right? Oh my god, any elementary school kid can draw better than you. It's still warm. It's funny to me. Where do you see the warmth? Use your heart, ha 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 ha. Red envelope party members. How can I praise this painting like this? But think about the red envelopes. Forget it, bite the bullet and just talk nonsense. What do some people know? This painting is obviously perfect. Okay, even elementary school students can draw better than this. If you ask an elementary school student to draw, look at this curve, look at this color, and look at this visual effect, it's so awesome that I'm at a loss for words. After racking his brains to type out this paragraph, the red envelope recipient let out a heavy breath. It is really not easy to make money these days. Not only do you have to torture your own aesthetics, but you also have to torture your own hands. Other red envelope parties were not to be outdone. Yes, I also feel the warmth Dada has really improved a lot than before. As of now, I feel that only the painting Dada painted in March can compare with it. This is just pretending to understand and talking nonsense. Wow, 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 I was so moved that I cried. The painting was so good. After seeing this painting, I felt warm all over my body. It was so perfect and wonderful. This is nonsense that proves itself. Oh my god. It's amazing. Dada is really improving day by day. As a young fan who has been with Dada from the very beginning, I really feel very happy and hope that Dada will get better and better. This is about trying to get a bigger red envelope by showing off his status as a veteran. So, for a time, Ji Chang's Weibo was divided into two completely different painting styles. One kind of person wants to praise Ji Chang's as Ma Yang, the most powerful painter in the world. One is to ridicule fans for polluting their eyesight for red envelopes and at the same time ridicule the painting for being so rubbish. While they were arguing, Ji Chang's turned on his computer and looked for a navy company. After placing an order asking them to brag wildly about themselves, they turned to another company and placed an order asking them to brag wildly about themselves. As a result, the quarrel on Weibo became more and more intense. Even because of the high heat, some passers-by who didn't know the truth entered by mistake and looked at the commotion below with confused faces. And it was actually for a painting that looked like it was drawn by a primary school student. They were confused for a while, and then they looked through the comments and found that there were a lot of compliments, and naturally some people who knew painting didn't believe it. But for those who don't understand painting, even a world-famous painting is just a painting in their eyes, and they simply cannot understand why a painting can be sold for such a high price. Therefore, it is understandable that they cannot understand why this painting that looks like a primary school student is praised so sincerely. Ji Chang's watched them quarreling, and from time to time he would add more money when he saw which side was weak. This quarrel lasted all night. The red envelope partiers originally blew rainbow farts just for the red envelopes, but they got really angry when they were scolded. For a time, everyone was quite sincere. The next morning, Ji Chang's, the culprit, took to Weibo and posted a Weibo post. "Everyone, please stop arguing, especially my loyal fans. Some people can't feel what I draw, it's just a different artistic conception." The black men who had been arguing all night and were about to take a rest. "Damn, this is too Zhuang Bi. I can't bear it, come on, brothers." The Red Envelope Party members also received the red envelope from Ji Chang's. They were full of fighting power and rushed forward with shouts. Ji Chang's, however, had already changed his clothes, took the painting with him, and was going to attend Jin Hui's wedding with Zhou Ran Ran. In fact, it can't be completely called a wedding. After all, there is no ceremony. It's just a circle of people invited to have a banquet at his house. Zhou Ran Ran was not surprised. This is Dong Jin's 8th marriage. It's normal that he doesn't want to make it a big deal. Ji Chang's nodded, yes, but although Dong Jin has been married many times, he has only had 2 children. Speaking of this, Zhou Ran Ran was a little embarrassed. "Nagaze, today Jin Dong is getting married. Yan Zi must be here. I told her what happened last time. It was a misunderstanding. She did it for my own good. Don't blame her. It's okay, she's your best friend, so it's normal to react like that." Ji Chang smiled, as if he didn't care. Jin Yan is the eldest daughter of Mr. Jin Hui and a good friend of Zhou Ran Ran. The original owner had a conflict with her before. Probably the original owner wanted to go to a bar to have a romantic encounter, but ended up bumping into Jin Yan, who was having a good time there. When Jin Yan saw her good friend's husband talking and laughing with the beautiful woman in the bar, and even making love, she became angry. He immediately stepped forward and scolded her, and even called Zhou Ran Ran to complain. It's just that the original owner was of high rank and knew that nothing was impervious in the world. Before coming to the bar, he told Zhou Ran Ran that he went to the bar to find inspiration. Zhou Ran Ran only thought it was a misunderstanding because he reported it. The bar was dark, so Jin Yan was so angry that she didn't think of taking photos or videos. She couldn't produce any evidence, so she had to give up. But from then on, she had a problem with the original owner. It was precisely because she was a nosy and kept watching that the original owner never found an opportunity to cheat on him and play with women. These two people are definitely disgusted by each other. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived at the location, Jin Yan was already waiting at the door. When she saw Zhou Ran Ran, she immediately came over with a smile, and held her hand affectionately. "Ran Ran, you are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time." When he saw Ji Chang's next to him, the smile on his face immediately faded a bit. However, people were coming and going, so he could only maintain his politeness on the surface. "Nagaze is here too. Swallow." Zhou Ran Ran gently shook her hand and signaled her not to look at Ji Chang's face. Jin Yan felt angry. She has always had a good impression of Ji Chang's, because Ran Ran has been telling her how good Ji Chang's is, but she is a woman and is used to seeing all kinds of things in the circle, so she consciously tries not to meet Ji Chang's, her sister's husband, so as to avoid suspicion. As a result, she actually saw that scene. Jin Yan was furious when she thought that Ran Ran believed this scumbag so much, but she couldn't produce any evidence. She glanced at the box Ji Chang's was holding. "You also brought 2 gifts. Most couples bring 1 copy by default." Zhou Ran Ran shook his head and smiled. "This is a painting painted by Nagasawa. He said he wanted to give it to Xiao Chang." Jin Yan smiled at Ji Chang's and said, "Thank you, but my brother is only 8 years old this year and he can't understand the painting." Ji Chang smiled and said, "I painted this painting specially for him. He must like it." Jin Yan was even more angry. What does Ji Chang's mean? Who doesn't know that her brother Jin Cheng is autistic and usually doesn't say a word about what he likes? He is an adult, Is it interesting to squeeze a child like this? Just as she was about to yell back, a little boy ran over expressionlessly, hugged her leg, and lowered his eyes without saying a word. Xiao Chang, why did you run out alone? Jin Yan, who had a fierce look in her eyes just now, immediately softened her expression, hugged her brother, and coaxed in a low voice, are you scared because there are too many people? Jin Chang's face was still expressionless, and his big eyes that should have been beautiful were lifeless. Just as Jin Yan was about to continue coaxing, Ji Chang's had already stepped forward, took out the painting, unfolded it and brought it to Jin Chang's eyes. He said warmly, Xiao Chang, this is the painting my brother gave you. Take a look. Do you like it? Jin Yan glared at him and became even more angry when she saw that the painting was actually a strange sunflower that was so ugly that she couldn't bear to look at it. Ji Chang's, you. So warm. A childish voice suddenly sounded. Jin Yan looked at her brother in her arms in disbelief. The boy was looking at the painting without blinking, tilted his head slightly, stretched out his hand, and took the painting actively. Jin Yan. She was already excited and incoherent, and her eyes were even slightly red. Xiao Chang, have you spoken? Xiao Chang, can you say one more thing? Xiao Chang, did you really speak? Jin Chang spoke again. It's so warm. He held the painting and looked up at Jin Yan. Sister, I like this painting. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. The surprise that her brother was willing to speak made Jin Yan's mind go blank. She nodded quickly and said, just take it if you like it. When she saw her younger brother, who had been ignoring people, holding the painting and looking at it, Jin Yan raised her eyes and looked at Ji Chang's with a complicated expression. This painting. Ji Chang's didn't explain much. He just nodded to her and said with a smile, those who understand will naturally understand. Jin Yan. Sometimes, she really wanted to beat Ji Chang's to death. And it almost came true several times. Just as he was about to continue asking, Zhou's mother, who was inside, saw the two of them and waved to them with a smile, Ran, Changzi, come in quickly and let me introduce you to Uncle Zhang. The elders had called for help, and even if Jin Yan wanted to ask about the painting again, she could only hold off for the time being. You go ahead, I'll send Xiao Cheng there first, and I'll find you later. Zhou Ran nodded and touched the head of Jin Cheng, who was looking at the painting obediently. She was in a good mood and didn't think much about it. She was just happy for her husband that Jin Cheng liked the painting so much. Nagaze, let's go. Ji Chang's nodded, smiled, glanced at the boy who was looking at the painting intently, and went in with his wife. Jin Yan waited for them to leave before moving over to look at the painting intently. Strange, it's warm somewhere. This painting obviously uses cold colors. But it's so ugly. She was a little disgusted, but seeing how much her brother liked it, she couldn't help but smile. Xiao Cheng, you have never liked something so much. Jin Cheng, who had always been immersed in his own world and never responded to others, actually spoke again. He cherished the painting and said crisply, I feel so comfortable looking at it. In the room, Zhou Ran looked back at Jin Cheng, who was held in Jin Yan's arms. Nagaze, you are so amazing. Xiao Cheng has refused to speak since he was 5 years old. He feels comfortable watching it and will start talking. Ji Chang's was much more patient with his wife than Jin Yan. While walking forward with her, he explained, Xiao Cheng looks at things differently from ordinary people. Zhou Ran seemed to understand but not understand. But that didn't stop her from looking at her husband with admiration. She knew that Nagasawa was the best. When Zhou's mother saw the two coming, she smiled and asked them to go faster. Hurry up, come and meet your Uncle Zhang. Ji Chang stepped forward, smiled politely at the old man, and called Uncle Zhang again. The old man didn't have much enthusiasm for the two juniors. To be precise, he didn't have much enthusiasm for Zhang's mother. He only smiled coldly. Your daughter and son-in-law are here, so I'll go over there first to meet my old friends. After saying this to Zhou's mother, he turned around and left. Being humiliated like this in front of the juniors, Zhou's mother barely managed a smile on her face. But with so many people here, we can only try to prevent others from laughing. Ji Chang's looked at the old man's back and asked, I remember that Zhou has cooperation with their company, right? Yes, now that something happened to Ran Ran's father, their attitude has suddenly cooled down. Although it's not like adding insult to injury, deciding not to cooperate at this time is almost like adding insult to injury. Zhou Ran didn't understand this, but she also found it strange, but I signed a contract before. Ji Chang shook his head. It's too easy to terminate the contract without violating the contract. They are not saying to terminate the contract directly, they are just dragging us. Now that the company is suffering from internal and external troubles, we really can't afford to delay, so we can only take the initiative to terminate the contract with them. If he does it again, if you come forward and say that there is no compensation because of the good relationship between the two families, you will make money and gain face. Zhou's mother looked at Ji Chang's in surprise. She originally thought Ji Chang's was just seeing clearly, but she didn't expect him to be so understanding in this regard. Not wanting to worry her daughter, she suppressed her thoughts for the time being and said with a smile. Okay, go and see for yourselves. That's where the young people stay. Ji Chang's looked up where Zhou's mother was pointing, and sure enough he saw some young people there, sitting together in twos and threes. Because the elders were all there, they didn't make much noise. After saying goodbye to Zhou's mother, he was about to go there with Zhou Ran, but he noticed the repulsive and hesitant look on the face of the person next to him. Ji Chang's asked, "What's wrong? I feel like you don't really want to go there." Zhou Ran pursed her lips, and her beautiful face showed more and more hesitation. There are a few people over there who don't have a good relationship with me, and they don't speak well to me every time they meet. We don't have to tolerate them when they talk badly. Why don't we just talk badly about them? Zhou Ran shook his head. Their families all cooperate with our family. With the company like this, I don't want to cause trouble to my mother. Ji Chang's understood. In fact, Zhou Ran's character is not like a pampered young lady at all. It was because when she was young, the Zhou family had not yet made a fortune, the couple was busy with their careers, and the elderly on both sides passed away, so they could only leave Zhou Ran to the care of a nanny. No matter how well the nanny took care of her, it was not her own child. When she was in school, her parents never came to pick her up, so she developed a timid temperament. Even after she tried to improve her temperament was still a little weak. In addition, she was in poor health when she was a child and could not expend energy. The Zhou family's parents never talked about the company in front of her, and they did not expect her to go to the company to take charge of the overall situation. They just thought that their daughter was safe. Zhou Ran knew in her heart that her parents were doing it for her own good, but to others, she was just a waste. Something happened to her company, and she could only hide at home without even being seen. For those who don't deal with her, isn't this a topic that can be brought up? If Ji Chang's wanted to, the people he could fight with didn't know what was going on, and they couldn't find anything wrong with him. But when he saw Zhou Ran lowering her head in inferiority, he sighed silently. Okay, let's sit somewhere else. Zhou Ran nodded and sat on the sofa on the other side with her husband. Ran, can I teach you how to deal with the company's affairs after you go back? Ji Chang's brought her a small cake and said warmly, you seem to be very interested in these. Zhou Ran took the cake, still looking a little disappointed. It's not that I'm interested, I just don't want to rely on my parents all the time. If something happens to my father this time, I can't help at all. Sometimes she feels that she is really useless. Her parents love her so much, but she can't help at all. That's because you haven't studied. Aren't your grades always very good when you were in school? In this way, I will teach you when you go back. When Dad wakes up, if you want to go to the company, just tell him. If it doesn't work, just let him know. Experienced and experienced. Joe Ran lowered his eyes in confusion and hesitated, but I don't know anything when I go to the company. What should I do if I embarrass them? You are the eldest lady of the company, who dares to laugh at you? Ji Chang smiled and picked up a small cherry on the cake with a fork and handed it to Joe Ran's mouth. Even though the two were married, Joe Ran couldn't help but blush when she saw her good-looking husband feeding her cherries with such a slight smile. She opened her mouth slightly, but before she could bite, Jin Yan's voice came from behind her, Ran, why are you here? Before she finished speaking, Jin Yan walked to the front, and her teeth ached when she saw this scene. The sour smell of love blinded her dog eyes. Joe Ran quickly ate the cherry, a little shy and a little secretly excited, and quietly looked at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang smiled at her. Jin Yan was completely ignored. I said, you have been married for such a long time, how can you still look like you are in love? Joe Ran patted her gently, okay, aren't you the host today? Why don't you go entertain the guests? What kind of master am I? The sister my dad wants to marry is Jin Yan curled her lips and pulled Joe Ran to complain, Ran, what do you think my dad thinks of marrying someone who is 40 years younger than him, a beautiful 20-year-old girl, is he stupid? My dad is not a handsome guy. He has such a big belly and a lot of flesh on his face. He can't tell why the girl married him. Just as he was talking, he saw Ji Chang's looking at her with a strange look. Jin Yan had never dealt with him. Although her rejection of Ji Chang's had dropped a little because of that painting, she still felt towards him. The scumbag who dared to disrespect her best friend was on full alert. Look at what I'm doing, you're not going to speak for my dad, are you? Ji Chang's took a bite of the cake and shook his head, I want to remind you that your father is standing behind you. Both girls froze in fright and turned back quickly. Sure enough, they saw Mr. Jin standing behind them and looking at them. Uncle Jin, Uncle Jin. Jin Yan, Dad. Mr. Jin smiled and touched the flesh on his face, girl, Dad reminds you that Dad was also a handsome guy when he was young. Jin Yan smiled coquettishly, that's right, that's right. You are slim now, but you are my daughter, so you may have my genes. When you reach my age, you may be fatter than me. Jin Yan. Ji Chang's listened to their conversation and roughly knew that Jin Yan's father loved his daughter very much. But think about it, Mr. Jin has been married 8 times. But in fact, 7 of them started after the death of his wife, Jin Yan Jinching's mother. His reputation in circles was particularly bizarre. He doesn't keep a lover, nor does he find a mistress after marriage, nor does he go to nightclubs or the like. He just gets married and divorces quickly. Every time he gets married, he will notarize his property. Of course, when he divorces the woman, he will not divorce for nothing. He will still give some money to the house as compensation. Because he never considers his family background when getting married, this unattractive Mr. Jin is very popular with women. Everyone believes that he can become a wealthy wife, have a child and secure his position. Even if he does not get all the family property, he can still get some equity. Unfortunately, it has never been very successful. Jin Yan was afraid that her father would accuse her, so she quickly reported urgently, Dad, Xiao Chang just spoke. Speaking. Mr. Jin, who had been smiling just now, looked stunned for a moment, then turned happy, and confirmed again and again, did you really speak? Really, you called me sister. Mr. Jin was obviously even happier. He quickly reacted, did something happen? Why did Xiao Cheng suddenly speak? Although she was very reluctant to give credit to Ji Chang's, Jin Yan still reluctantly explained, Ran Ran's husband gave Xiao Cheng a painting. Xiao Cheng seemed to like it very much, and then he started talking. Painting. Mr. Jin murmured, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Chang suddenly became very different. This is Nagasawa, right? Your mother-in-law was praising you just now. You are indeed very good. Thank you for the gift today. Uncle, you're welcome. Ji Chang stood up with a serious face and said righteously, Yanzi is Ran Ran's good friend of mine, and her younger brother is my younger brother. It's just a gift, it's nothing. Jin Yan. Shameless, Ji Chang's and her even looked at each other with disgust before. Ji Chang's pretended not to see her. How the hell could you be so shameless? Look in her eyes, but still had a look of justice on his face. When he said this, Mr. Jin looked at him with more appreciation. He nodded and hurriedly looked at the child. When the elder left, Jin Yanpa looked at Ji Chang's with a smile, call me Yanzi. My brother is your brother? Don't you always like to laugh? Why didn't you smile at my dad just now? Ji Chang's gave her a familiar smile, Uncle Jin's age, he likes mature and steady juniors, not those who laugh. Jin Yan, you deliberately try to gain favor with my dad, right? How can this be said to be a favor? I am Ran Ran's husband, you are Ran Ran's best friend, and your father has a crush on me. Wouldn't your friendship with Ran Ran be even better? Ji Chang spoke so seriously that Jin Yan nodded unconsciously. As soon as I sat down, I suddenly realized, that's not right. How is my relationship with Ran Ran? I have a close relationship with my dad. She looked at Ji Chang's proudly, knowing that she had caught this guy's loophole. However, Ji Chang's readily admitted, yes, it's just not related at all. I just said it casually. Jin Yan. She pulled Zhou Ran Ran's arm angrily, Ran Ran, look at your man. Zhou Ran Ran couldn't stop laughing, okay Changs, stop teasing Yanzi. Ji Changs took another bite of the cake and smiled at the two of them, I'm just practicing my mouth. Practice your mouth. Here. He raised his chin and motioned the two of them to look to the left. Over there, several young people were walking towards them. From their expressions, it was obvious that they were not here to say hello. The person who came here is not a good person. I'll practice my words. I won't have to warm up when I meet them. The two of them looked over, neither of them looking very good. Jin Yan even grabbed her friend's hand directly, it's Zhang Meizi. Ji Chang's burst out laughing, Zhang Meizi? Is there such a simple name these days? Zhou Ran Ran shook her head, her name is not Zhang Meizi, Meizi got her nickname from Yanzi. By the way, don't shout like that for a while. If she hears it, she won't cause trouble for you. Isn't she causing trouble for us now? Besides, who asked her to give you a nickname first? I call it tit for tat. Hearing only two people say it, Ji Chang's tugged at his memory. There is absolutely no information about this person. But I can guess that she gave Zhou Ran Ran the nickname first because she and Zhou Ran Ran didn't deal with each other before. In order to retaliate, Jin Yan also gave Zhou Ran Ran such a nickname. He squinted his eyes and saw that the person was almost there. He turned his head and asked, what is her relationship with that Uncle Zhang just now? Zhou Ran Ran, she is Uncle Zhang's daughter. Then this Uncle Zhang really looks old. As soon as several people arrived, they heard the sentence, and the face of the leader immediately turned ugly. Who are you talking about? Can you talk about my dad too? Seeing her coming directly towards her husband, Zhou Ran Ran frowned and was about to speak, but Ji Chang's beat him to it. I'm talking about the Uncle Zhang I know. What does he have to do with your father? I heard it all. Just now Zhou Ran Ran said that I was Uncle Zhang's daughter, and you said this next, you. Ji Chang's nodded, Then how do you know that the Uncle Zhang she mentioned and the Uncle Zhang I mentioned are the same person? The woman sneered, looked at Zhou Ranran, and said very rudely, Zhou Ranran, this is your husband who has been supported by you for several years without going out to work, right? He has no ability to make money, but he is quite talkative. Jin Yan exploded all of a sudden. You talk nonsense in such a weird way. Why does my husband want you to talk too much? Even if she didn't like her best friend's husband, she couldn't stand others using Ji Chang's to slap Zhou Ranran in the face. Am I not telling the truth? Did I remember it wrong? He did not eat soft food, but made money by working on his own. By the way, speaking of work, I remember that he seemed to go to work for a day and then stopped. It's still Zhou's company. It's really hilarious. Zhou Ranran's face turned ugly. It's not your turn to say anything about my family, and my husband doesn't need your judgment for anything. Don't you dare to do it and don't dare to let people tell you. Zhou Ranran, what do you see in this man? Look at you, you had a bad taste when you were in school. As soon as you graduated, you found a poor guy with no ability. You look at me again. I don't know how good my husband is to me, you should learn from me. Ji Chang's asked Jin Yan, this Zhang Meiza seems to be very confident in his marriage. Jin Yan whispered to Ji Chang's, Zhang Meiza fell in love with her current husband when she was in school, but the man liked Ran Ran. After chasing Ran Ran for a long time, Ran Ran refused, so Zhang Meiza started to target Ran Ran. In the past, she would only do all sorts of things behind her back, but now she dares to do it in person. She must be relying on the Zhou family to get into trouble. Ji Chang's, does she like her husband as a person, or is it something else? Jin Yan curled her lips, I don't know about this, but her husband doesn't look very good. After getting married, he also played with women. Zhang Meiza caught rape everywhere, but he refused to divorce. Oh. Ji Chang's nodded, I understand. Jin Yan. What do you know? You just know it? Before he could ask, Ji Chang stood up and sat next to Zhou Ranran. He directly asked the proud-looking woman in front of him, Ms. Zhang, according to psychology, what people lack most is often what they like to show off the most. You came here specially to tell my Ran Ran how good your husband is to you, so do you think your husband is not good to you? As expected, Miss Zhang became angry immediately. What are you talking about? My husband is so good to me. No one knows if they have seen this necklace around my neck. My husband just took a photo of it for me last week. Yeah, it's a good necklace. Ji Chang's had an expression on his face that said, although I can't understand it, this is indeed a good necklace. But Miss Zhang, if your husband buys you a necklace, is that doing you good? If not. He held Zhou Ranran's hand, I have never spoken loudly to Ran Ran. If you want to eat soft food, of course you have to be nice to your sponsor. I have never let Ran Ran's hands touch any housework. After all, there is a nanny at home. We hang out together from time to time. All the money spent was Zhou Ranran's. Every day I tell her I love you. A way to coax the sponsor. Ji Chang's raised the corners of his lips slightly and added, after getting married, I have never been in any inappropriate places. I have only been to a bar once in a long time to find inspiration. Before I went, I specifically reported to Ran Ran to confirm the time I would go home. He sat upright confidently and said a long list in one breath, except for my wife, I will never have physical contact with any woman, and my eyes will never stay on other women of the same age for more than 3 seconds when I go out. I can remember on my wife's birthday, I will eat whatever I don't like during her period. Zhou Ranran looked at her husband with bright eyes. Even if Nagaze didn't say anything, she didn't realize that Nagaze had paid so much for her. At this moment, she was extremely happy. Ji Chang still looked natural. Excuse me, has Ms. Zhang's husband done this? Miss Zhang, of course. Ji Chang smiled sincerely and spoke in a kind tone, Miss Zhang, you'd better tell the truth. Seeing as how you are showing off to Ran Ran about something that doesn't exist, you must be a flamboyant person in normal times. Do you think your husband has treated you like this? Doesn't anyone around know? Miss Zhang. This is really impossible, after all, she always brings her friends with her whenever she catches someone. She often complains about her husband to others. Ji Chang's, then don't you think that your current situation is a bit like a beggar walking up to a rich man to show off how rich he is? Miss Zhang. She felt that what Ji Chang said was wrong, but this guy talked too much, completely disrupting her thoughts, and she didn't know how to refute. Ah. Got it? What you just said is just because you are a freeloader and spend your wife's money, so you have to do this. Oh. Ji Chang's look suddenly enlightened. According to your statement, you praise your husband so much because you spend his money, so you have to do this. Miss Zhang, he and I truly love each other, why do you say that? Even if she knew in her heart that she and her husband were not the same, so what? She was biting it to death. Could the person in front of her break her heart and open it to see? Miss Zhang thought so and looked at Ji Chang's with confidence. However, Ji Chang's did not follow this topic at all, but asked directly. Then why do you say that Ran Ran and I are not sincere? Can you still break my heart to verify it? Miss Zhang. Sure enough, there is no way to refute this question. She reluctantly found one and said, who doesn't know that you are broke and you married Zhou Ran Ran just for money? Ji Chang's nodded, if you insist on saying that, I can't refute it. But today, the age difference between Jin Dong and his new wife is relatively large, and his new wife is not as rich as Jin Dong. According to you, Jin Dong's new wife married Jin Dong for money. Jin Yan immediately slapped the table and stood up, okay, Zhang Meizi. Do you think my father is ugly, fat, and old, and has nothing but money? Do you think my stepmother married just for my father's money? As a daughter, she dared to say such things, but she didn't believe that a man named Zhang dared to say this. Miss Zhang. She really didn't dare. If she dared to say this kind of thing today, wouldn't it offend Jin Dong to death? Ji Chang's looked at her with a smile. Jin Yan looked at her with anger mixed with a little gloating. Of course Dong Jin and Mrs Jin got married because of their good relationship. Ji Chang's nodded, then why do you think that in a similar situation, I am just doing it for my wife's money? I am still as old as my Ran Ran. And, if I remember correctly, you weren't there when Ran Ran and I got married. Since you weren't there, we no longer have any friendship. Why do you even come to show off to Ran Ran? The expression on Miss Zhang's face was uncertain, and she looked at Ji Chang's with sadness. Ji Chang's observed her expression and suddenly said coldly, actually, I have also studied psychology. Why don't I come and help you? You have an average appearance, average body, and a pretty good voice. Unfortunately, the voice is shrill and harsh, so it's just average. My Ran Ran is good looking, has a good temperament, and has a gentle voice, so you are jealous of her. Miss Zhang. When a person is jealous of another person, he will want to be better than that person. You can't wait to show off with false things, just to prove that you are better than Ran Ran. You hit Ran Ran, hit me, from a certain extent, this is a mental illness. It doesn't seem serious now, but seeing how you are shaking and looking at us as if you want to come up and eat people, it seems that this disease is gradually getting serious. Miss Zhang, who just wanted to come up and beat someone. Ji Chang's pulled Zhou Ran Ran to sit back and gave a professional smile to Miss Zhang, who was trembling with a livid face. Sorry, I did this to prevent you from losing control. After all, patients are sometimes emotionally unstable. As for me, I suggest you go see a doctor and get admitted to a psychiatrist. Otherwise, if you go too far, you will end up sooner or later. What the hell are you talking about? You are the psychiatrist, you are the one. Seeing the person rushing towards him, Ji Chang's quickly picked up Zhou Ran and hid on another sofa. Look, her mood is starting to become unstable. Look at this hideous and ugly expression, and her trembling body like Parkinson's disease. Take her to see a doctor quickly. She was already so angry that she still had to listen to Ji Chang's talking openly about her being hideous, ugly, and Parkinson's disease, which made Miss Zhang feel bad all over. He wanted to come forward with all his teeth and claws, but Ji Chang's looked like a weak man, but he was not slow at all when he hugged Zhou Ran. His movements are precise, and he adds a sarcastic sentence or two from time to time. Ms. Zhang has a great tendency to attack. I know a few psychiatrists who have a good reputation in the industry. Do you really not want to go see them? Oh, Miss Zhang is doing well this time. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I hadn't gotten out of the way, you wouldn't have fallen to the ground or your face. Is your face okay? Do you want plastic surgery? But before you already had plastic surgery? I don't know if it's because it's dimly lit in the corner and I saw it wrong. At first glance, your face looked like you had failed plastic surgery. Well, if that's really the case, then it's normal to feel jealous. Miss Zhang, who tripped over the sofa because Ji Chang's was in a good position, stood up with difficulty with the help of others. You bitch. Now he looked really ferocious. Jin Yan came to her senses and quickly held back her laughter and called to Miss Zhang's followers, yes, hurry up and take them away. This is my dad's wedding banquet. You guys are making trouble. Sorry, let's leave now. Originally, they had just agreed to come over and verbally humiliate Zhou Ran, but now that the situation was like this, they were very panicked. Zhou Ran's family was about to collapse and they still dared to offend him. This was Director Jin's wedding banquet. If anything happened, how would they explain it to their family? Several people quickly pulled Miss Zhang to evacuate. Seeing that he was safe, Ji Chang's hugged Zhou Ran and sat beside him to watch the show. He didn't forget to make up for it from time to time. Miss Zhang, don't worry. In fact, everyone has this jealousy. The more jealous you are, the more you want to find Ran, the more you want to attack her in various ways. We can understand it. We don't blame you. Next time you show up, we will cooperate and listen to you show off. After saying that, he tilted his head and asked Zhou Ran gently, right Ran? Zhou Ran nodded and smiled generously, yes, we know you are sick and we won't argue with you. Don't worry. Miss Zhang's breath almost stopped in her chest. You. Damn it, you bastard. Ji Chang's didn't mind at all. He looked at her with an expression full of the doctor's tolerance for the patient, and even nodded. Intense words are also a sign of worsening of the condition. Miss Zhang, please remember to see a doctor when you go back, and don't give up treatment. You, let me go, I'm going to kill him. The person holding her hurriedly stopped her. Sister, didn't we agree to come up and fight? This is Dong Jin's wedding banquet. Uncle Zhang will definitely be angry if something happens. Ms. Zhang was still taken away. Ji Chang smiled gently and waved to them, as if they had just had a pleasant conversation. Don't give up treatment, Miss Zhang, you can do it. After watching them walk away, he sat back and patted Zhou Ran's hand. Are you scared? Zhou Ran looked at him with eyes full of admiration, and shook her head repeatedly, no. As soon as she finished speaking, she became worried again, but we just offended her, will she take revenge? Ji Chang shrugged, believe me, her favorability towards you has always been negative. And even if she wants to take revenge, what can she do? For a person who used to rely on her mother's family and now relies on her husband's family, and her husband cheated on her and didn't dare to divorce her, the most she can do is cry to her father and let her father destroy the contract. Zhou Ran's eyes gradually brightened, And she understood, if the contract is broken over there, that will be a good thing for us. Ji Chang's nodded with a smile. If you don't destroy it, she will suffer from boredom and suffocate her to death. If you destroy it, you will recover part of the loss. As Jin Yan listened to the two talking, she always felt like two foxes were talking in front of her. A big fox and a little fox. They are not good people anyway. Ba ba ba. How could Ran Ran not be a good person? Jin Yan retracted her thoughts of running away, only to feel that her whole person had been sublimated after what happened just now. She couldn't help but ask Ji Chang's, "Did you really study psychology?" Ji Chang's turned around, "No, I was just talking nonsense." Jin Yan. What nonsense? Aren't you afraid that they will expose you? Ji Chang's took the juice on the table and handed it to Zhou Ran Ran, very confidently. I just said that I had practiced it, but I didn't say that I had a certificate, and I just kept talking without giving them a chance to interrupt, and they didn't have a chance to expose me. He asked Zhou Ran Ran, "Are there any big groups in your circle?" Yes, it was built by the boss of the Zhang family. Basically, everyone is inside. Ji Chang's nodded and said to Jin Yan, "Find a few friends inside, create an anonymous name, and sing along with them and send them what I just said. If she comes to trouble Ran Ran again, it will prove her jealousy. Although this person is not difficult to get rid of, it is quite annoying to always buzz like a fly." Jin Yan's face was full of confusion. "Me? Why did you let me come? Look at Ran Ran in my family. Birds of a feather flock together and people are divided into groups. I want to know what her friends are like. We have been married for so long, and I have only seen a weirdo like you among her friends." Zhou Ran Ran quickly tugged at Ji Chang's clothes. "Changs, don't talk about Yanzi like that." It's okay, he was right." Jin Yan was not angry at all. Instead, she was quite happy. She quickly settled the matter and asked again. "Ran Ran, has Ji Chang's really only been to a bar once in the past few years?" Zhou Ran Ran nodded. "Really, he went there just once." "Yanzi, you really misunderstood. He specifically told me before he went. If Nagaze really went there, why did he tell me?" If Zhou Ran Ran said this before, Jin Yan would definitely not believe it. But things are different now. Just what Ji Chang said just now shows that he is indeed very good to Ran Ran. Moreover, Jin Yan had never liked Ji Chang's before. Apart from the incident at the bar, she also thought he was useless. Eat slowly, dress slowly. She had no backbone at all, and Zhang Meizi and the others laughed at Ran Ran for finding a soft-boiled man who was so slippery. As a result, when Ji Chang spoke easily and even laughed at Zhang Meizi for Ran Ran, Jin Yan felt it. If only Ji Chang's could protect Ran Ran like this. That Ran Ran's choice was right. Thinking about it, Jin Yan nodded. "Okay, Ji Chang's, it was my fault for misunderstanding you before, and I apologize to you." Ji Chang's showed a careless smile. "It's okay, I forgive you." Seeing that he forgave so readily and showed no sign of reluctance on his face, Jin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "I actually admire Ji Chang's in my heart. Why couldn't I tell before that this man has a pretty good heart? It seems that she was really too arbitrary before. Hey, luckily Ji Chang's is not a vengeful person." You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. In the next few days, there was really no movement from the Zhang family. However, Jin Yan told Zhou Ran Ran that Zhang Meizi seemed to be looking for dirt on the Zhou family. Zhou Ran Ran asked Ji Chang's, but Ji Chang's was still not worried. "It's okay, let her do whatever she wants." During this period of time, he still maintained his frequency of painting one painting a month. After finishing the painting, he posted it online, and all kinds of judgments that seemed decent were actually all nonsense. The black men were all convinced. It's really pointless to meet such a thick-skinned person. No matter how much they scolded them, Ji Chang's acted as if he didn't hear or see them. On the contrary, the fierce battle attracted new traffic. Some red envelope enthusiasts discovered Ji Chang's, a treasure blogger who said, "As long as you praise me, I will give you a big red envelope," and they immediately joined in happily. After scolding him for a long time, not only did Ji Chang's not suffer any loss, but it also gained him more traffic and fans. It can really piss people off. Zhou Ranran has been in frequent contact with Jin Yan recently, mainly because Jin Cheng's condition has improved. And it all started when that painting was brought home. Jin Cheng used to sit in his room every day, either playing with building blocks in silence, or just being in a daze, never willing to communicate with others. But since Ji Chang's gave him this painting, he gradually changed. The painting was hung on the wall by Jin Yan, and Jin Cheng quietly sat on the chair and looked at the painting. After looking at it, he took paper and pen and started to draw by himself. When Jin Yan called Zhou Ranran to tell her about this situation, her tone was choked with sobs. "I have never seen him so happy. He was very happy when he was painting. After he finished painting, he ran to me and told me that he wanted to. I also hung this painting on the wall. Really, Ranran never asked us for it after he was 5 years old. I was so happy. My father did the same. He immediately bought him the best drawing paper and brushes, and also built a room specifically for painting. Since my mother passed away, I have never seen my father so happy. And all this is because of the painting given by Ji Chang's." Jin Yan always felt that Ji Chang's must know the effect of that painting, but she was extremely curious as to why a painting could have such an effect. She had a bad attitude towards Ji Chang's before. Although she apologized, she still felt embarrassed, so she asked Zhou Ranran to ask for help. "Actually, it's nothing. It's just that I've had a breakthrough in my artistic conception recently, and I've tried to work towards this." Ji Chang's answer was very certain: "Let Xiao Cheng have more contact with the painting. If he wants to paint, let him paint. Let his family talk to him more and communicate with him. Slowly he will get better." Zhou Ranran didn't understand this, and just looked at her husband with admiring eyes. "Nagaze, you are so amazing." Ji Chang smiled gently at her. "I've already told you that I'm great." Speaking of this, Zhou Ranran still felt a little regretful. In fact, she has never doubted her husband's talent, but sometimes when she sees the paintings in the studio, she does have a sense of doubt: aren't these paintings very simple? But every time she had doubts, Nagasawa would get very angry. At that time, Zhou Ranran thought it was Nagaze who had a high self-esteem, but now she realized that it was not that he had a high self-esteem, but that Nagaze really had this ability. It would be strange not to get angry when a very capable person is questioned. She felt both proud and a little guilty in her heart, so she quickly called Jin Yan to tell her the news. When she said these words, her tone was proud. After all, her husband said before that the painting was given to Jin Chen because Yanzi was her best friend. She felt warm in her heart and extremely proud. Her husband is indeed excellent. Jin Yan doesn't know how to draw either. But it doesn't prevent her from seeing the effect. She quickly thanked Ranran. "Thank Ji Chang's for me. I really appreciate him. My brother has this disease since he got sick when he was 5 years old. My father has been thinking of ways to cure him, but it has taken so long it's of no use at all, and it's getting worse. If Nagaze has such a heart, we, the Jin family, will remember it." "Swallow, don't say that. You and I are friends. Xiao Cheng is the brother of Nagasawa and this is what Nagaze told me. Xiao Cheng is better than anyone else. He is happier than anyone else." Jin Yan was moved again by these words. Why hadn't she noticed before that Ji Chang's was such a loyal person? Such a painting would definitely sell for a lot of money as long as he published it. But he gave it to their family directly, knowing the usefulness of the painting. What kind of spirit is this? By the way, Ran, can Nagasawa still be able to draw such a painting? Can he treat other diseases, such as depression? Zhou Ran turned back to look at Ji Chang's, who was drawing slowly. She had turned on the speakerphone before, and Ji Chang's could hear clearly. He nodded and said warmly, "You can draw according to the effect, but such a drawing is very energy consuming. It will take too long to draw it." Jin Yan's voice suddenly became excited. "It doesn't matter, it's fine if you can draw it. Nagasawa, can you draw another one? My father's partner has a son with depression at home. He is willing to draw it. Buy it at a high price." Ji Chang shook his head. Although his face is still gentle, there is a firmness in his eyes that will not compromise for money. Painting is about doing it from the heart. I don't want to sell the painting. Jin Yan was disappointed, but she didn't show any surprise. After all, her father had opened a gallery, and she had been exposed to some painters, and knew that most artists were there for art rather than making money. It's not like there weren't painters who didn't have enough to eat but refused to sell their beloved paintings. What Ji Chang said made Jin Yan admire him even more in her heart. In the past, she always thought that Ji Chang's was with Ran because of money, but now it seems that he is really a noble character. That was fine. Knowing that Ji Chang's was not doing it for money made her feel more at ease. Zhou Ran also looked at her husband with yearning and admiration, feeling in her heart that he was really of noble character. Although everyone loves money, I have to say that a man like this who does it purely for art and does not sell his paintings just because they can sell for high prices is very attractive. Of course, the premise is that he must have a handsome, gentle, and good-looking face. And I can't be short of money at the moment. Both of them admired Ji Chang's arrogance from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, they all forgot something. Ji Chang's is still eating soft food. Jin Yan's father, Jin Dong, has been very proud of himself recently. He has two regrets in his life. One is that his wife, who worked hard with him, passed away early and did not enjoy much happiness. Another thing is that his youngest son was diagnosed with autism when he was 5 years old. No matter how much he sought medical advice and tried to put down work to accompany him, the child did not get better at all. After discovering his youngest son's illness, Jin Dong went to the hospital to get a sterilization. He knew that he loved this woman. When his wife was still alive, he could still insist not to look at other women. When his wife passed away, he waited for 2 or 3 years before getting married. Jin Dong thought very carefully. The most important thing for him is fairness. His love for Yanzi and his love for Xiao Cheng are the same. Now Xiao Cheng is ill, and Yanzi has a blustery temper, so he is not suitable for managing the company. In the future, the company will probably need to find a general manager to come back and take charge. But if he remarries and has another child, the situation will be very different. The palms and backs of his hands are all flesh. What if the child is smart again, more sensible than Yanzi, and smarter than Xiao Cheng, and he is partial? Yanzi and Xiao Cheng have lost their mothers, but they can no longer buy their fathers. So he ran to get a sterilization. Even if Yanzi never grows up and Xiao Cheng's autism never gets better, then he will only have these 2 children in his life and can only love them. Jin Dong was already prepared for this, but suddenly, he saw that Xiao Cheng was getting better. During this period, he cooperated with the doctor and made careful efforts. After more than a month of hard work, although Xiao Cheng still spoke little, he could at least communicate normally. And he also likes reading. The doctor said that if the situation continues as it is, Xiao Cheng will be able to go to school normally next year. He was so proud that ordinary people would think that he was just newly married, so it was inevitable that he would be sweeter. However, Someone who was well informed came to him to inquire. Lao Jin, I heard that Xiao Cheng is fine? Congratulations. As soon as Dong Jin saw the person congratulating him, his face broke out into a smile, and he waved his hands with a smile. Not yet, the doctor said that he needs to take care of it slowly, and it will probably be better next year. It's a good thing to have a happy next year. Look at my daughter. She has been struggling for so long and it is getting worse now. Her mother and I really don't know what to do with a daughter like her. The man first shook his head in pain and told about the tragic events in his family, and then suddenly changed the topic. I heard that Xiao Cheng is good because of a painting, right? Jin Dong smiled and said, no, I don't know what's going on with that painting. I don't see anything special about it myself, but when Xiao Cheng saw it, he said it felt warm and comfortable. He hangs it in the room every day before going to bed. He has to look at it for a long time, and the doctor said that since he likes it, he should keep it on and not take it off. His words blocked this man's plan to borrow the painting. Although life is getting better now, more and more young people in the younger generation are suffering from mental illness. Although the probability is low, there is always someone well informed who found out that Jin Cheng was successful because of a painting. And the painter refused to sell another painting for money. All for the sake of their own relatives, even those who were not familiar with Jin Dong, they all came to him and tried to get money or resources to exchange for the painting. Jin Dongdu smiled and refused in his heart. He's not stupid. Now that Ji Chang's refuses to sell it, this painting is Xiao Cheng's only life-saving straw. Even if he offends someone, he will never let go. For the sake of his son, it doesn't matter if he offends a few people. Even if Xiao Cheng recovers, since this painting has such an effect, of course it must always be hung in his son's room. Money is not as important as a son. Naturally, the man understood what Jin Dong said and could only change the subject in a nonchalant manner. It's just that I'm still thinking about it in my heart. It was similar to what Jin Dong thought. Since these people were willing to inquire about their children, they must care about their own children. Compared to children, such a small amount of money is nothing. But the most distressing thing is that they have money, but the person who painted this painting refuses to sell it. Is there anything more distressing than this in the world? Moreover, Dong Jin refused to reveal the name of the artist, saying that he painted the painting not for money, but because of his good relationship with his family. Originally, only a few people knew about this, but as Jin Cheng got better and better, he even started to go to school. Apart from talking less and looking less active, he looked almost like an ordinary child. In the past, Jin Dong tried many ways to save his youngest son, and everyone in the circle knew that now his son actually became better because of a painting. The news spread more and more, and more people wanted to find the artist who painted this painting. And Ji Chang's, who they guessed, is still living his own life as an internet celebrity. Now everyone, including Joe's mother, feels that he is truly hiding his secrets. He obviously has the ability to manage a company, but he pretends to be mediocre to avoid suspicion. It was clear that the painting was worth a lot of money, but he refused to let go at all. If Joe's mother had ever suspected that Ji Chang's had just married her daughter before, he married Joe Ran for money and the Joe family's property. So now, all these doubts have been dispelled. She had no doubt that as long as Ji Chang's wanted to, he could sit firmly in the Joe family and seize power at any time. Ji Chang's had more than one way to make money. As long as he painted a picture, there would be a lot of people outside crying and wanting to buy it. But he had no intention of being tempted at all. A son-in-law who treats money like dirt, could he be doing it for money? Definitely not. Not only Joe's mother thought so, but Joe Ran also thought so. If a man who has no ability eats soft food, it is shameless in the eyes of others. But the nature of a man who has the ability to make money as long as he stretches out his hand is very different. What's shameless? This clearly means not caring about worldly views, and you can't do this even if it's not true love. So, at a party, when Miss Zhang tactfully mentioned to Joe's mother that Ji Chang's, a grown man who stays at home every day and doesn't make money, asks Joe Ran Ran to support him, Joe's mother was very firm. My son-in-law is not relying on my daughter to support him, it's just that he doesn't want to make money. He is very capable, and if he wants to make money, it will only take a matter of minutes. They have a good relationship. As a young couple, your money is my money, and my money is also your money. It is so clear where to divide it. Miss Zhang. She was so angry that she almost fainted last time. After she finally recovered, she realized that someone had put what Ji Chang said into the group. Temudi is still anonymous. She can't even find anyone to vent her anger on. Those people were singing along, as if she was really jealous of Joe Ran Ran and looking for trouble. Even though she clarified forcefully, Ms. Zhang knew deep down that most people in the group did not believe it. After all, those words exposed her disadvantages nakedly in front of everyone. And what Ji Chang said was damn reasonable. After that time, no matter how much Miss Zhang hated her in her heart, in order not to make people think, look, she is really jealous of Joe Ran Ran, she could only hold back and not go to Joe Ran Ran's trouble. But no matter how much she begged, cried, and acted coquettishly, her father refused to terminate the contract, saying that it was in Zhang's best interest to keep delaying it. And now that something is wrong with the Zhou family, if he comes into contact with the contract at this time, his reputation will definitely be damaged. This won't work, and that won't work either. Miss Zhang almost fainted again from anger. When she saw Zhou's mother coming to the banquet, she thought that if she didn't get close to Zhou Ran Ran, she wouldn't get close. Zhou Ran Ran's mother wanted to love her daughter. Now that Ji Chang's, who has nothing but his face, is dragging her daughter to eat soft food like a vampire, she doesn't believe that Zhou's mother will not be angry. Letting them fight among themselves is the best strategy. It's beautiful to think about. Then, Miss Zhang really didn't expect it, so she could only think about it. During the banquet, there were quite a lot of people in this area. She was holding a wine glass and listening to Zhou's mother talk with a stiff expression. When Ran Ran brought this kid Nagaze to us, I said he was a good kid. His conduct was good. He was from the same school as Ran Ran. That's true. Sometimes I also think that I must have saved people's lives in my previous life. Otherwise, why would I be so lucky in this life? First, I have a good daughter like Ran Ran, and then I have an excellent son-in-law like Nagasawa. Oh, now I am so lucky. I have a grandson or granddaughter, and my life is complete. Miss Zhang. She smiled dryly, managed to regain her thoughts, and managed to say, but Ji Chang seems to have never gone to work, right? Yeah, he's a painter, and he's very good at it. You know, a painter, he's a freelancer, he doesn't have to work. I think, Nagasawa's clear temperament is the result of painting. Are you interested? You can also go and learn. Ms. Zhang, who the hell wants to learn this thing? Isn't the money delicious? She chuckled and went straight to the point, he doesn't seem to make money from painting, does he? Speaking of this, Zhou's mother became even more proud. Many people wanted to buy Nagasawa's paintings, but he turned them down. He paints because he likes it, not for money. Only if Miss Zhang believed it would there be a ghost. Who doesn't want to make money these days? Fortunately, many people wanted to buy Ji Chang's paintings. I'm afraid they were all invited by Ji Chang's. Just to fool the Zhou family. It's not that Miss Zhang looks down on people, but he knows what Ji Chang's major was when he was in school. This man was not a major in this field before. After graduation, he suddenly changed to study painting. After finishing it, he did not reveal any of his paintings. Who would believe it if he didn't use his wife as an excuse to eat his wife? She didn't believe it anyway. Zhou's mother was still praising her son-in-law for how outstanding and considerate she was. During this period of time, she was working hard by herself, thanks to his help in making suggestions. Miss Zhang couldn't listen anymore. So awesome! She felt like her ears were being polluted. After hurriedly saying that she would take the first step with a stiff face, Ms. Zhang went to the corner, thought for a while, and sent a message to a number. Help me check a person's background. The more dirt the better. Zhou Ranran has grown up with her, and Miss Zhang herself has always been jealous, but it's because he doesn't like her, so he always pays attention to her. Naturally, I knew that Zhou Ranran had no dirty information. But Ji Chang's was different. Since this guy can eat soft rice, maybe. Ding. Before Miss Zhang could proudly think about how she was going to make the guy who dared to say she was crazy be rejected by the Zhou family, the text message tone on her phone rang again. When I opened it, it started with done. So fast? The flash. Of course she didn't know that Ji Chang's dirty information was so easy to find. He is famous on Weibo. Just put the name on Weibo and search it, and a bunch of them will come up immediately. Miss Zhang first read the introduction, and then looked at the primary school student's painting at the bottom. She almost laughed out loud. She thought the Zhou family regarded Ji Chang's as a treasure. This guy was really capable. In the end, the legendary excellence was actually this. I'm afraid if you tell me, you'll make people laugh. She felt comfortable all over in an instant. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the head is green, but when she thought of her husband who went to play with women again yesterday, the look on Ms. Zhang's face darkened again. When she lowered her head to look at the information on her phone, there was a trace of malice in her eyes. All the anger in my heart was directed at Ji Chang's. She quickly sent a message, instructing her to make Ji Chang's look bad no matter how much money she spent. In the Zhou family, Ji Chang's, who was slowly painting, received a message on his mobile phone. He clicked on it and saw that it was a message from a marketing company. Tell him that if he wants to achieve a higher reputation, he must do something big, and he must spend more money than before to hire a Navy army, and ask him if he wants to buy it. Ji Chang's raised the corners of his lips slightly, hummed a song, typed and sent it. No, someone will buy it for us. That night, as expected, someone began to expose the Big V painter with millions of fans. The exposure is very detailed. His name is Ji Chang's. How old are he this year? Where do he come from? What university did he go to? After graduating from university, he has always been living at his wife's house and has hardly ever gone out to work. The paintings he painted were a bunch of rubbish, and he boasted all kinds of things. He even gave out red envelopes in order to hear other people's praises, which made a group of red envelope recipients brag blindly for money. Even the most egregious thing is that according to his information, he has no way or ability to make money. It is conceivable that the money he uses to give out red envelopes definitely belongs to his wife. Men who eat soft food are inherently despised. Ji Chang's Weibo post on the internet said, I draw well. If you don't understand, it's because you don't understand. This caused a group of people to call this man an unparalleled wonder. As a result, Weibo, which had just calmed down, was torn into pieces again. The marketing company was completely convinced. But there was one thing they were curious about. Tear it now like this, be careful if it turns over if you can't wash it clean. Ji Chang's replied, don't worry, it'll be no problem. He expected that Miss Zhang would do such a thing, but he didn't expect that it would take her so long to react. But it doesn't matter, her father is cunning, and her daughter has offended someone so straightforwardly, so she still resorted to such methods as the Navy. The Zhang family originally just watched, and at most they could only do nothing to help. Now that Miss Zhang has taken action, the Zhou family and the Zhang family have completely become enemies. If the Zhou family had been fine before, Father Zhang might still be shy and seek peace. But now, he was quietly painting slowly in the studio, and sure enough, the phone rang after a while. Over there was Joe's mother's voice. "Nagaze, the Zhang family has broken the contract." Ji Chang's tone was quite calm. "Mom, don't be impatient. Get the money he lost first. If he dares to do this, he must know the accurate information. You can take the opportunity to clean up the company." After these days, Joe's mother completely trusted Ji Chang's. After hanging up the phone, she went to deal with the Zhang family's compensation. As for Ji Chang's, when he opened Weibo, he got stuck as soon as he entered. This time the topic is enough. When I went in and took a look, sure enough, he himself was already on the hot search. As for whether MS Zhang bought this hot search or the masses pushed him to it, it remains to be discussed. The marketing company was afraid of overturning and had already sent out a lot of messages in a short period of time. Is it really okay? Now you are almost blacklisted by the whole internet. If you don't have a trump card that can hit you right away, it's best to hire someone to take control of the situation now. Be careful of overturning. Ji Chang's, let the topic ferment for a while, I still have something to deal with in reality. Marketing company. How long has this been going on, and we are still dealing with real things? But Ji Chang's is a customer. He is not anxious, and they will not be so sincerely anxious that they cry. So I had to let him go. Ji Chang's is not lying, he is really in trouble. Onlookers watched Joe being targeted. As I said before, Father Zhang is an old fox and he won't do anything he's not sure about. The contract was suddenly broken this time because Miss Zhang hacked the Zhou family's son-in-law on the internet. There was no need for him to pretend to be a grudge between the two families. Secondly, he received accurate news that the Zhou family was going to be raped. This is what Ji Chang's has been waiting for. After all, the thorn is always there. Even if it doesn't hurt now that it's buried in the flesh, as long as it's there one day, it will hurt one day. Even if you really don't feel any pain for the rest of your life, it would be unbearable to watch a thorn grow in your flesh. It would be nice to pull out this thorn while protecting the Zhou family. For an opponent, the best way to bring down a company is to make the company default on its debts and go bankrupt. As for Zhou, who is currently facing external and internal troubles, it is quite simple to operate. Ji Chang's has been waiting. Sure enough, the next day, Zhou's mother called in a panic. The Zhou family had been tricked before, and now their opponents suddenly took action. They couldn't turn around their funds at all, and now they couldn't get a loan even if they asked for a bank loan. I can only watch helplessly and be dragged down because I can't make up the money. Ji Chang's comforted her first, then turned on the computer to check after hanging up the phone. After locking the target, he called Jin Yan. "Oh, that's strange. You actually called me. What's the matter? Is Ran's phone out of battery?" Jin Yan was at home, playing games, and answered the phone when she saw it. She was wearing clothes. When she heard Ji Chang's voice on the other end, her expression gradually became serious. "Okay, no problem, I'll tell my dad." Jin Dong, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard his daughter calling him and looked up. When Jin Yan hung up the phone, he patted his big belly and asked, "What? What do you want to say to me?" Jin Yan got straight to the point. Ran's company is short of money now, and Ji Chang's wants to sell his paintings that can heal people to make up for the shortfall. Jin Dong's originally smiling expression suddenly became joyful. "What are you selling? If you want to do it, let's do an auction." "Let me do it, I'm familiar with this, don't worry, Ran is your good friend, I will never cheat them, they only charge 0.2 cents. Jin Yan, Dad, this is money used for emergency purposes. Before, Ji Chang's refused to sell it no matter what. Now he offers to sell it. It shows how anxious he is. You still have the nerve to accept the money. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. How can we give up our own profits just because others are anxious? You are such a silly girl. Jin Yan looked at her father with disgust. Have you forgotten how good Xiao Cheng is? Ji Chang's confiscated a penny of our money and gave Xiao Cheng the painting. Regardless of friendship or business, our family owes them home. Jin Dong thought so too. He smiled and said, okay, I don't want money. Tell Ji Changs and reassure him that I will definitely handle this matter safely. Knowing that they are in urgent need of money, I will do it as quickly as possible. So many people had asked him before, but now it was so easy for him to find people willing to buy the painting. Jin Yan nodded. Okay, by the way, how about letting Ji Changs paint a few more paintings, so as not to raise enough money? Don't worry, it will definitely be enough. Just one painting is enough. You don't know that the more paintings you paint, the less valuable they are. This is all in this industry. Jin Dong, who was reading science with his daughter, suddenly stopped talking. Wrong. The reason why paintings become less valuable as there are more of them is because their rarity decreases. But Ji Chang's paintings have other functions. How can they be compared with those paintings? Regardless, he can be sure that the absolute price of this auction will shock many people. Just when Jin Dong was busy holding the auction, Ji Chang's Swibo has already scolded him even more fiercely. You are a fool and you are so ignorant. The paintings I draw of primary school students are better than yours. Those who understand will naturally understand. I think those people down there who are bragging about you are just trolls. It really makes me laugh to death. I have the nerve to show off a painting like this, and I have the nerve to praise myself a lot. Really, I looked through them one by one, but I couldn't find any that I could look at. Everyone is making progress, but you are regressing. You still think you are a master. Are you going to laugh me to death and inherit my credit card bill? Faced with such a huge army, the red envelope party must think about the gratifying red envelope. Bite your teeth and do it. He Zijing is such a red envelope party. Her family's financial situation was not very good. When she was in college, she gritted her teeth and worked part-time while going to school. She never asked for a penny from her family. After she started working, she was overwhelmed by the rent, water and electricity bills, travel expenses to and from get off work, and 3 meals a day. When the salary is paid every month, after deducting a lot of things, there is only a little left. In order to survive, she began to look for ways to make money. Ji Chang's, a painting blogger, was someone she accidentally discovered before. As long as you praise your beautiful words and blow your rainbow fart, you can get red envelopes. Sometimes the number of red envelopes can be very large. He Zijing can actually draw, and it can be seen that Ji Chang's paintings are not very good, but for the sake of money, she treats herself as a blind person and flatters Ji Chang's every day. When those scolding people started scolding, He Zijing stepped forward to in a particularly sincere manner. Because according to her experience, red envelopes are much more abundant than those simply praising others. Of course, if you praise people while you are doing it, the number will be more objective. During the lunch break, some colleagues were sleeping, so He Zijing seized the opportunity, quickly took out her mobile phone and started scolding Sunspot. She didn't dare to use the keyboard for fear of disturbing her colleagues, so she could only hold her palms in her hands and focus on scolding. What do you idiots know? These paintings are obviously very good, but you don't even see the artistic conception, and yet you have the nerve to criticize them. There are also these beautiful lines. How can ordinary people draw them? As for what artistic conception? She didn't know either, but whatever, just follow Ji Chang's words. You actually attacked me personally. You can't understand the painting and you blame others for not being good at it. Why are you so cold and cold? People who look at the sunflower clearly feel warm in their hearts. The blogger's painting style has always been such a warm style. As an old fan, I said that it was because of this that I became a fan of the blogger. Well, it was actually because of the red envelope, and she also felt that the sunflower painting looked cold and cold. While they were arguing silently and passionately, a colleague suddenly asked from behind He Zijing, "Do you really think the sunflower looks warm?" He Zijing froze in fright, and turned around quickly. Sure enough, her colleague was standing behind and looking at her. The look on her face was a bit indescribable, but it didn't look like contempt. She subconsciously wanted to say that she was boasting because of the red envelope, but she had a strong sense of self-esteem, so she could only nod her head. "Yes, you also know this blogger. I think his paintings are very warm. I don't know why so many black people scold him. Rather than being said to be a troll online just for a little money. It's better to let others misunderstand her aesthetics." Just as he was thinking about it, He Zijing suddenly noticed a little sympathy on the face of the colleague in front of him. "Jing, it turns out you have a tendency to be depressed. I didn't really notice it before. I always thought you were happy every day. Hey, don't get into trouble. What's wrong with you? Take a look at this painting. From now on, you can take my car to and from get off work and I will take you back on the way, so that you can have more time to rest." He Zijing, no, why is she prone to depression? My colleague was still chattering, "I just saw the news. It turns out that this blogger's paintings are not for normal people. Only people with depression and autism can understand them. No wonder I checked his Weibo before. When I was there, so many people were praising him, and everyone was very serious. I thought it was because of money, but I didn't expect that it was the reason." He Zijing. Isn't it just for money? What news? Huh? Aren't you a fan of his? Don't you know that there was a problem with the capital chain of his wife's company? This blogger auctioned his own painting, and a group of people rushed to take it, and the price was astronomical. Only after the reporter interviewed did he find out that his paintings actually have healing properties. After saying that, she glanced at He Zijing with sympathy. "Jing, I'm so sorry. I knew you were his fan before. I was still thinking that you were doing it for money, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. He Zijing is just for money." She was vacillating between admitting that she was such a worldly person for the red envelope, and admitting that she was prone to depression and getting a free ride. Finally, she lowered her eyes slightly, with a little loss on her face, and spoke softly. "Actually, my illness has long been cured. It's impossible to be sick anyway, otherwise it would be terrible if one day it was revealed. But when I praised these paintings before, I really meant them sincerely." She was surprised and said, "But I really didn't expect that those people who scolded me saw it from a different perspective than me." He Zijing was telling the truth about this. She thought that those who were bragging about Ji Chang's and all kinds of rainbow farts with her were the same people, fighting for red envelopes. Result: people actually have real feelings. This world really cannot be taken for granted. At the same time, the red envelope recipients all sighed in their hearts like 11 Jing. Unexpectedly, it turned out that I was the only one who wanted the red envelope. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Ji Chang's Weibo exploded again. It's just that this time is different from the previous explosions that were mostly caused by the arrival of sunspots. This time, the comments under Weibo were either about discussion, or they were just regrets that they had not understood the situation before and commented casually. Of course, there were a few unbelievers who didn't believe it, but they were all pushed to the bottom without any splashing out. "You guys don't give up? The black men don't give up? They were paid, how could they give up so easily after such a slight setback? By Navy. Call your teammates. Absolutely can't lose." So one comment became popular. "Am I the only one who thinks this news is fake and ridiculous? What other painting can heal people with depression? Were you making a movie at the time, Magical Age? If this kind of fakeness doesn't work, only some people with their heads full of soy milk will believe it. When this comment was posted, the black people felt very confident and proud. After all, although they were paid to do this, they have to say that these words are true. Originally, regardless of other things, depression is not a psychological cause at all but a physical cause. It does not mean that a person can get better if he wants to. He has to take medicine. Now, you actually say that a painting can make depression gradually get better. Are you kidding me? Only people who don't know much about this disease would say that. People all have the desire to follow the crowd. Let's just say that these professional black men who were bought with money should keep a few points in mind every time they are black. 1. Stand firm and look confident when speaking, so that you can convince passers-by. 2. No matter whether I made this up or not, I have produced some decent evidence. As for whether this evidence is also forged, it doesn't matter, no passerby will bother to check it anyway. 3. The sky is covered with darkness, creating the illusion that the person's sinful deeds are known to the entire internet. Passersby will have a general impression in their minds. By then, even if this person has been cleared and the matter has been clarified, passersby will, when I hear this person's name, I still say, oh XXX, doesn't he have a lot of dirty information? This person has no good character. The so-called battle in the online world is just about who has more. Ha 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 ha. Then, they were slapped in the face. The news is fake, so are those big guys fake. With so much money, let alone making it in a lifetime, ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about using it to buy a painting. If the painting is fake, wouldn't it mean that these big guys are fools? You have to make your rumors decent. Okay, do you think this is some rubbish copycat news network? This is legitimate news. Will it be released if they don't investigate it clearly? I am a patient with depression. When I saw the painting of sunflowers, I felt warmth in my heart for a moment. How to describe it? It was like I was walking alone on the road in the ice and snow, and suddenly a passion came over me. The man told me that I was lost and walked with him. He also made mutton hot pot for me to eat. The room was warm, my body was warm, and I felt very comfortable. P.S. What I have in mind is not soy milk. If you don't want me, it's the world. Okay, all kinds of things are happening in this world. Let me just say that it has never happened before that an autistic child healed himself by drawing. If you saw it, you would also say that it was false. Of the black men were confused. This is different from what they thought. Shouldn't it resonate with a group of people? At this moment, Ji Chang's paid another sum of money to the Navy company, and the marketing company followed suit. Then he started a painting auction and bought the painting requested by the owner of the painting. Yes, this painting was blank when it was auctioned. Because these people wanted to auction for their own children, and their family members had various symptoms, Ji Chang simply put a blank painting on it. He didn't start painting until the auction financier told him about his child's symptoms. While he was painting, Joe's mother literally sprinted all the way into the house, her face beaming with joy. She happened to see her daughter as soon as she came in. She quickly took her daughter's hand. Ran, where is Nagaze? Where is Nagaze? Joe Ran was startled when he saw tears in her eyes, and quickly pulled her upstairs. Nagaze is painting in the studio. Mom, what's wrong with you? Is there something important? I'll take you. Go. No. As soon as she heard that Ji Chang's was painting in the studio, Joe's mother quickly grabbed her daughter. Don't disturb him, Ran, I'm telling you, he actually transferred all the money to my account before, all of it. Joe Ran was stunned. Seeing her expression, Joe's mother said, I knew you didn't know. If you had known, you would have called me and told me. Joe Ran shook his head, looking a little unresponsive. Money from the auction? Nagasawa told me that the auction was to save our company, but he didn't tell me that all the money would be given to the company. No, not for. Joe's mother quickly corrected, Ran, this is a large amount of money. I came here quickly. Firstly, I wanted to tell you about this, and secondly, I wanted to write an IOU. After all, the amount of money is really too large. Our family cannot be so confident take advantage of it. Mom, what are you talking about? I am the only daughter in our family, and we still know why we are so divided. Nagasawa told me before that this money was going to the company, and he didn't think of it as a loan. Even if he doesn't think about it, we can't ask for this money. Really, Ran, Nagaze is willing to give all the money to our family at this time. Mom is really happy, but we can't do it because you and Nagaze are husband and wife. Just feel at ease and take advantage. Joe's mother held her daughter's hand and was very determined. When you write an IOU, you must write it. Our company should be fine now, and the money will definitely be repaid. As she was talking, Ji Chang's heard something moving upstairs and came out on his own. When she heard Joe's mother say that she wanted to write an IOU, a look of disapproval appeared on her face. Mom, I don't plan to get this money back. I told Ran before that you really don't need to write it. No, we still have to write it. Nagasawa, Mom knows your heart, but we can't take your money in vain. This doesn't make sense. Ji Chang's asked from his soul, but Mom, in the past few years, didn't I draw Ran's money in vain? At that time, I was at home every day and never went to work, and I never sold my paintings for money. Basically, I relied on Ran to support me. At that time, you didn't ask me to write any IOUs, and you didn't blame me. In fact, there was something strange and disgusting about Joe's mother in her heart. She felt a little guilty. Ji Chang's had already walked downstairs at this moment, patted Joe Ran's hand tenderly, and then looked at his mother-in-law. His good-looking face, which had become better and better because he had eaten well, drank well, and was stress-free over the past few years, was full of sincerity. In the past few years, I have relied entirely on Ran to support me. At that time, I told you that we are both husband and wife, and we don't distinguish between each other. It makes no sense that now that I have money, I have to share it with each other. Isn't my money just Ran money? We're all one family, so there's really no need to divide it so clearly. Joe Ran looked at her husband movedly, her heart filled with joy. In the past few years, when Nagasawa was not making money, people would always tell her that Nagasawa was just eating soft food and told her to keep her eyes peeled. But she always felt that Nagasawa was not such a person. Sure enough, Mother Joe, who once felt that Ji Chang's so-called husband and wife do not distinguish each other were bullshit, just to find an excuse to spend money on her daughter. What should I do if I feel even more guilty? Back then, she often complained that Ji Chang's was thick-skinned. After spending his wife's money, he still so confidently asked his wife's family to support him. How shameless. As a result, reality gave her a big slap in the face. Joe's mother gradually felt guilty in her heart. During this time, she always felt that Nagasawa had gotten better. But if you think about it carefully, Nagasawa has always been like this, and he has never changed. He has always been very natural about spending Ran's money. That's because he feels from the bottom of his heart that there is no need to think so much between husband and wife. Of course, if it had been before, Joe's mother would have sneered in her heart. It is true that there is no such clear distinction between husband and wife, but why do they always refuse to go out to make money and spend their wife's money without spending their own money? But now, Ji Chang's has sold a painting, which is such a huge sum of money. Directly fill the company's capital chain. He doesn't always ask for it, but he asks for it from his wife, and he doesn't mind if his wife asks for it from him. He was doing all kinds of things in the company, not intentionally causing trouble or doing things without certification, but after careful consideration, he deliberately sacrificed his reputation in order to avoid affecting the company's situation. Ji Chang's has never changed. Even though he is famous now and a lot of people are offering money to buy his paintings, he is still as before, watching TV at home, painting in the studio, and going out for a walk every day. What used to be disgusting has now turned into favor and humiliation. Ji Chang's in front of him is still saying, "You don't have to feel that you are taking advantage of me. Although I love painting, I don't want to sell paintings, so there is a high probability that I will not make money in the future. I will still have to support you slowly me." But the money from the sale of that painting was enough to support 10 Ji Chang's. He doesn't buy luxury goods and never goes out to spend money. He lives like a retired old man every day. At this rate, even if he lives 10 lifetimes, he won't be able to spend all the money. Mother Joe was even more moved. He felt that this was just Ji Chang's excuse to avoid her paying an IOU. Thinking about it, she looked at Ji Chang's with more and more loving eyes. How could I have such a caring and good son-in-law? What a good vision they have, Ran, to find such a great treasure as their son-in-law. At this moment, nothing more needs to be said. There was gratitude in Joe's mother's eyes, and she said seriously to the son-in-law in front of her, "Nagaze, your heart will never be forgotten in my life." Ji Chang's waved his hand, "Mom, we are all one family. To say this is to be disrespectful. Yes, we are all a family." Mother Joe's eyes became more loving. She stayed for a while and then left. She made up her mind in her heart that when the company gets better, she must take the time to find those few sons-in-law who laughed at her before for being a freeloader. Yes, her son-in-law is a softie. So what? Her son-in-law is very capable. He is so capable, if he wants to make money, he might as well just paint a picture. He is willing to rely on his wife to support him because he likes Ran. That's because of trust. If it were someone else, it would be up to you whether he would let others raise him. At this moment, Joe's mother was extremely proud. The topic about Ji Chang's is also fermenting on the internet. Those who said before that he was incapable of eating soft food were slapped in the face. Painting a painting only costs a large amount of money, and this money also fills the loopholes in the wife's family's company. In just one night, the black spots turned into admirable spots. Some people did not shed tears when they saw the coffin. What's wrong with him being so good at painting? Didn't he just eat soft rice before he became good at painting? He was raised in sea after all. After getting married, he has been eating and using his wife's things. Now he can get clean by painting? Look at you one by one. How did you praise him? Are people these days so tolerant of soft-boiled men? As soon as this was said, a bunch of people immediately responded below. Isn't the point that he gave all the money he earned from painting to his wife's family? After all, this is an act of true love, so a lot of money. Look at the poster's avatar, he must be a man. Don't be bitter if you have this ability, we will praise you even if you keep eating soft food. The key points above are all wrong. Let me analyze it carefully for you. Ji Chang's has indeed never made money before, but through this incident we can see that it is not that he could not make money before, but that he could make money but didn't want to. After all, he has never publicly auctioned his paintings before, and the paintings he painted have always been posted on Weibo and never sold. It has been mediocre for such a long time, so why did he suddenly come out to auction his paintings? Because something happened to his wife's family. That's why he came out to auction his paintings and exchanged the money to save his wife's family. In other words, if people didn't make money before, it wasn't because they didn't have the ability. It was because they had the ability but were too lazy to make money. I think I can understand this. Yes, artists generally don't pay much attention to money. Let me analyze it again. In most families, the man never goes to work and relies on the woman to support him. Generally, the girl has already fallen out with her, right? But Ji Chang's wife did not. Not only did she not fall out, but the relationship between the two was very good. What does this mean? It shows that his wife knew he had this ability from the beginning. You think they are eating soft food, but in fact, to them, it is just the fun between husband and wife. As soon as this long analysis came out, it was immediately liked. Reasonable and decent. As soon as such a logical analysis came out, more and more analyses came out. I think so too. Look, Ji Chang's graduated from University C. Everyone knows how difficult it is to get into University C. Even those who are not top academics can't get in. People who can get into University C can be really soft-boiled. Let's think about it from another perspective. I've seen photos of Joe's daughter, and she's quite good-looking. Can you tell me, would such a good-looking girl with a rich family fall in love with a soft-boiled man? This is not scientific at all. I have to interrupt this. I am an employee of Joe Company. Ji Chang's came to work in our company before, but on the first day he drew during working hours and never came again. At that time, we were private. Underlying, I thought he was just a fool who relied on his wife to get to the position. Later, some employees were gossiping about Ji Chang's. His mother-in-law caught him laughing. While he was laughing, she got very angry and said it was something she didn't understand. Don't talk nonsense. At that time, I felt very strange. I would understand if the biological mother protected her son. Ji Chang's, a son-in-law, relied on his wife's family after getting married. How could his mother-in-law be so protective of her son? Later, I heard the boss above gossiping about him once. It is said that the boss revealed that Ji Chang's is actually quite capable, but he likes painting more. I thought this guy was Zhuang Bi, but now it is revealed that he sells one painting for so much money. Don't you think this person is particularly cheating? He grew up in C and found a wife. She is good looking, has money in the family, and has a good relationship with him. This is enviable enough, but it turns out that he is also a talented painter, and his paintings sold for so much money. It is not cheating, just recharge. Ji Chang's incident is very popular on the internet. After all, everyone had hacked him all over the internet before. Everyone criticizes him for not having the ability. Turns out he's an awesome painter. Everyone criticized him for boasting. It turned out that what he told was the truth. Everyone scolded him for being mysterious and using red envelopes to lure a bunch of people into mindless rainbow farts. It turned out that that group of people were all people with depressive tendencies, and they all had real feelings. Let's just say he's eating soft food. He turned around and relied on his own efforts to turn the tide when something happened to his wife's family. What else can I say? How can this be said? Life seems to be a scene of slaps in the face again and again. There was a lot of buzz about the fact that a certain painter who boasted about himself was actually a soft-boiled guy. As a result, the black spots that were once there have been reversed one by one. The heat is even higher. After all, this matter is explosive. It starts with an overconfident painter and his red envelope fans. Later, he was a handsome and well-educated man who wanted to live a soft life. In the end, he became a good-looking and handsome person, and his paintings were incredible and could cure patients with depression tendencies. No TV series dares to shoot like this. After everyone discussed it, funny emoticons came out one by one. While eating soft rice, my wife went bankrupt. I was so scared that I quickly took out a bunch of money and threw it over. Great, my wife's family is not short of money, and I can continue to eat soft rice.jpg. I am so handsome and handsome even though I have money but insist on eating soft food.jpg. Unexpectedly, I can draw.jpg. Of course, although Ji Chang's number of fans has soared instantly, and some trolls have been keeping up with the trend, some people have expressed disbelief. However, these people are all mentally healthy and normal. After all, people who tend to be depressed will indeed feel much more comfortable when they see the sunflower picture. Although it is said that taking medicine is definitely not effective, I heard that this painting needs to be seen in reality to be effective. This effect is only seen on mobile phones and computers. It is conceivable that the effect will be better in reality. When faced with others questioning why previous paintings did not have this effect, Ji Chang said again, "Those who understand will naturally understand." When he said this before, people thought he was Zhuang Bi. Now that he said this, almost everyone who had followed this matter began to speculate wildly. Everyone knows that Ji Chang's, the most famous sunflower, looks cold and uncomfortable to ordinary people. But people with depression tendencies generally feel warm and comforted after reading them. Does that mean that his paintings are all backwards? Maybe those paintings that seemed very sunny to ordinary people in the past would be very scary and uncomfortable to some specific people? A fan asked Ji Chang's via private message, and Ji Chang's replied, "You can try it yourself." Someone actually tried it? This fan chose a painting that was posted on Weibo half a year ago. It showed two little girls running in the sun with happy smiles on their faces. After reading it carefully, he finally wrote down his thoughts. "I think I feel what Mr. G wants to express, which is the endless fear and confusion of not being able to see the way forward. When I looked at this painting, I felt very strange. Why did the two little girls have such expressions on their faces? Their expressions looked so strange, like they were laughing or crying. Look carefully, although they were holding hands, their hand-holding movements were very stiff, and the position of the sunlight was wrong judging from the light and shadow alone. No painter with a little foundation would make such an obvious mistake, let alone Mr. G. This shows that the sun in this painting is fake, and the light is naturally fake. The weird look on the little girl's face shows that they don't want to laugh but are forced to laugh by life, and forced to accept that fakeness. The sunshine, regarding the movement of holding hands, the stiff posture and slightly tilted movements, it can be seen that they do not want to hold hands, but they are forced to pretend to be in a good relationship, which may describe the pain of social animals. Well, they obviously live in the sun every day, but they are too tired to bask in the sun. They obviously have a bad relationship with their colleagues, but they still have to maintain a superficial balance. They don't want to laugh, but if they don't laugh, people around them will have opinions. Such a profound artistic conception can be expressed in such a satirical way, which shows the high level of Mr. G's painting skills. In addition, I also made a bold speculation. Maybe when this painting was painted, Mr. G was very painful and confused. Maybe he found that no one understood the real thoughts he wanted to paint, or maybe he himself suffered from depression, and the paintings he painted later that could heal people with depression tendencies were only painted after he came out of it. Jo Ran felt extremely uneasy when she saw this comment. She thought about it carefully, and she really recalled that Nagasawa was in a bad mood half a year ago. But at that time, she gave up after asking a few cautious questions but didn't get a reply. Now that she saw this comment, the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Maybe, it is really like what is said above. Jo Ran finally went to Ji Chang's studio. The door of the studio was open, and Ji Chang's was sitting there painting quietly. The sun shone on his face. When he heard the movement, the man who was painting quietly turned around and saw that it was her. A gentle smile immediately bloomed on his fair and beautiful face. Facing this smile, Jo Ran couldn't help but smile back. She walked in and immediately saw the painting of two little girls holding hands hanging on the wall. Jo Ran had never paid attention to this painting before, but now the more he looks at it, the more he feels that this painting is really thought-provoking. She looked at her confused husband hesitantly, but finally took out her phone and showed the comment to Ji Chang's. "Nagaze, is it really what he said? Were you really enduring pain when you painted this painting? Why didn't you tell me?" Ji Chang's looked at the serious analysis comments above and the people below who said that this person was right and had done thorough research. I couldn't help but show the look of an old man on the subway looking at the .jpg emoticon pack on his phone. Everything he said was wrong. Jo Ran breathed a sigh of relief when her husband's gentle voice gave a very definite answer. "It's okay to be wrong. Then what do you want to express? The smiles on the faces of these two little girls are indeed a bit strange. Ji Chang's looked at his wife, who was looking at him curiously, and smiled, because I was not a mature painter at that time, so I didn't master the proportion of my smile. Jo ran. When she went upstairs, she imagined countless answers, but she never thought that Nagasawa would tell her because of this. What about the stiff hand-holding gesture? It's also because the painting is not good, so the movements look a bit stiff. The lighting is wrong. I didn't study the light carefully, I just painted it casually. Jo ran. After a few seconds of silence, a look of understanding appeared on her face. Nagaze, I understand. It's all over. It's normal that you don't want to mention it. But if something happens in the future, you can still tell me. We will face it together as husband and wife. Ji Chang's was not surprised by her words at all. He just smiled and nodded, and then reiterated, what I just said is true. I know, I understand. Jo ran said this, but she didn't believe it in her heart. How could Nagasawa, who was so powerful, make such a stupid mistake and send it out after drawing it? It seems that person is right. Nagasawa must have been in a bad mood at that time. But it doesn't matter, everything is over. Jo ran looked at her husband with pity, who had endured pain for some time and endured it alone. You draw first. Aunt Lu is making soup downstairs. It's your favorite pigeon soup. After finishing the soup, we will go for a walk in the garden. Ji Chang's nodded, okay. When Jo ran went downstairs, and he really told the truth, he took out his mobile phone to read the comments from netizens on Weibo. At this moment, under the paintings that had been criticized by primary school students, a large number of people read the questions. They are more powerful than the Red Envelope Party. Because the Red Envelope Party only blows rainbow farts, and they are amazing. Not only do they blow rainbow farts, but they also deduce countless expressive meanings that even Ji Chang's himself doesn't know from various clues. Did you draw a bee collecting honey? But the painting of this bee is very strange. The wings seem to be poorly painted, and there is also a black spot. It looks like it was painted blindly by someone who cannot draw. But do you think Mr. G is like this because he failed to draw well? Wrong, he had another intention. What do bees have? It has thorns. The bee on this one has broken wings, but it still insists on collecting honey. Obviously, this bee represents the tired adults today. They have stings and wings, but even if their wings are broken, they have to continue to collect honey for the family, but the stings behind them cannot sting the person who hurts them. Because when the sting is removed, the bee dies. When you first look at this painting, you will think, isn't this just a painting, but you look deeply and carefully. Watching it, I cried. Nowadays, with the advancement of science and technology, it is rare that people do not have enough to eat. However, at the same time, people are not hungry materially, but they are under a lot of pressure mentally. There are mortgages, car loans, marriages, and children. After giving birth to a child, you have to worry about housing in a school district and not losing out at the starting line. When your children grow up, you have to prepare a wedding room for them to get married. All my life, I have been like this bee, busy, obviously unable to bear it, obviously feeling like my whole body is about to be torn apart, too tired to get up, but still not daring to prick out the thorn. I can only continue to endure the pain and work. Everyone said that Mr. G's previous paintings cannot be looked at deeply. The more I look at it, the more uncomfortable I feel, and the more I look at it, the more I think of myself. His previous paintings were all warm on the surface, but in fact they mostly represented helplessness towards life and ridicule of oneself. He would even deliberately paint pictures using rigid painting techniques that would be impossible for a figure like Mr. G. This may be his unique style. It's like these paintings, hiding despair with warmth. He deliberately used the painting techniques of a primary school student to better disguise himself. It makes people cry when they look at it. What a fairy painter! The fairy painter Ji Chang's looked at the various flawed paintings painted by the original owner and the piles of question-reading parties, and showed a gentle smile. The so-called question-reading party means that in Chinese class, you have to answer a poem written by an ancient person to answer the meaning of the poem. What was the author thinking at the time? Based on the situation at the time, what on the surface was he? When I think about this, I am actually implying something. For a short poem, readers can give you a whole page of meaning. Maybe the author really thinks so. Maybe the author just writes casually. But what the heck? Anyway, the author himself cannot come out to clarify. Ji Chang's could have come out to clarify, but he didn't. Just watching those paintings being interpreted one by one, his fans are increasing. Everyone firmly believes it. It's not that Ji Chang's is not good at painting. He did it on purpose. It is to express one's true intention with this deliberate style of painting. Some people have already started bidding to buy Ji Chang's early paintings, but he has never agreed. And the more he refused to sell, the more powerful everyone boasted. For a time, topics such as Mr. Ji's paintings can show all aspects of life, the immortal painter Ji Chang's and his paintings can cure an autistic patient were all over the internet. Ms. Zhang, who spent a lot of money to buy Navy troops and black men in vain, ended up helping Ji Chang's create a desperate counterattack situation. She's going crazy. She held her mobile phone and looked at the paintings on it. She felt like her eyes were going blind and she couldn't see anything. Isn't this TMUDI just a bad painting? Are those people crazy? How much money did you charge? You are so boasting with your eyes closed. One of Ms. Zhang's followers disagreed with her idea. Sister, my cousin was slightly depressed before. After seeing the painting of sunflowers, the feelings she told me were indeed the same as those posted online. I don't think this is fake. Miss Zhang, who was waiting for her to echo her. Maybe your cousin is lying to you, can't you see anything yourself? Follower, then I'm not depressed. Of course I can't see anything. Miss Zhang, are you brave enough to talk back to me? The attendant was also angry. Didn't she follow Miss Zhang just to gain prestige? The Zhang family broke the contract with the Zhou family before, and it would be fine if the Zhou family went bankrupt. However, the Zhou family had such a good son-in-law, Ji Nagasawa, that he just sold a painting and saved his life. Now that the Zhang family has lost their reputation and money, and they have offended the Zhou family, it is hard to say when they will fall. And she received news that Miss Zhang's husband saw that the Zhang family was about to collapse and had decided to divorce this guy. Ms. Zhang couldn't protect herself, so she took it out on her. Miss Zhang is still scolding, I think you are all blind. He, Ji Chang's, is a soft-boiled boy. You praise him to the heavens. Didn't he just draw a picture? Any student can draw that picture. Come out, you loser, I asked you to find the Navy, and you still want money from me. Go to hell. The follower slapped the table and stood up, saying angrily, I'm quitting. If you have the ability, go find a student and fight Ji Chang's. So many people know whether he has the ability, but you just refuse to admit it. If you are jealous of Zhou Ranran, just say it. You are targeting Ji Chang's like this, and you are not afraid of others laughing at you behind your back. After she finished speaking, she stormed away. Miss Zhang, who was scolded in the face, was stunned for a long time before she could react. Who the hell are you saying is jealous of Zhou Ranran? I'm jealous of her? Am I not telling the truth? Ji Chang's drew these. I can't boast about this without my conscience, so why don't you tell me that you're so rubbish? What do you mean by giving me the middle finger? She was about to explode, but Zhou Ranran was extremely happy. It was a double happiness for the Zhou family. As soon as the company stabilized, Zhou's father woke up. He just opened his eyes, and when the nurse went to call someone, he was still thinking in his heart that he didn't know if his wife and daughter were okay even after sleeping for so long. I always feel very uneasy in my heart. After all, Ji Chang's son-in-law didn't seem to be reliable before, so don't cause any trouble during this period. Mother Joe arrived first. So Joe's father heard from his wife that the company was in chaos. Ji Chang's made the decision, the company's capital chain was broken. Ji Chang sold paintings to turn the tide. The time he was unconscious. His son-in-law, who was a soft boiler, unexpectedly became a great painter. Father Joe felt that he should pinch himself. Are you still awake? Speaking of which, he had been lying in bed in the hospital, and during this period of time, the company was stable, his opponents were about to be destroyed, and his son-in-law suddenly started to criticize him. This is the real win.